You know what? I don't want to waste time on waiting. Uh, is the audio okay? Is everything working? Lovely to see you in the chat, Jeffers. Lovely to see you. I have been hyped, but also very nervous to stream again. I just hope everything goes well, like when it comes to like technical stuff, like there's no lag or the model doesn't freeze or audio crashes or something like that. Okay, so fine, so far fine, yeah. Things been. It's been. It's been a summer. It's kind of fitting to actually play this game here because it's like about summers, and this is like hopefully this is the last ever game of our life. Except I just remembered that there's also a DLC that features events after the epilogue where they get married with Cove. And I'm thinking if it's mandatory for us to experience the DLC, but that won't be in the near future. Anyway, but it's fitting to like close the summer period finally, like when like October starts with ending the summer game. Are you gonna play the DLC as well? I don't know. Should I? It would be horrible though. It would be so much more playtime, and honestly I've been doing like an edit of the game. Like I would just like edit everything that's not Curve out. And it's like I got reminded how exhausting this game is because there's so much extra fluff and extra characters. And when I was thinking about the wedding, I was like, oh no, is there gonna be like a lot of the other characters talking and random ass shit? But then again, it would be kind of funny. It would be kind of fun though. Yeah, anyway, it's been a summer. I guess I should do a little update. So I was on indefinite hiatus. It was very spontaneous, and I was supposed to message about it or something, but I don't know what my thought process exactly was. It was probably along the lines of I'm tired, and people don't care, I guess. Reasons for going to hiatus. First and most important reason was that I was just overwhelmed by everything going on at life, and I felt like I needed to reduce. And it's really difficult for me to keep streaming from going from hobby to jobby, like a job hobby. So it's like it takes so much time from my weeks because I like it. I want to put effort into it, but it takes time. And then with everything else going on with life, I just felt like I want to prioritize the other things first. And also I felt kind of maybe stuck and uninspired at that point. So I kind of lost all interest too around that time for a while, but I didn't want to say I quit because by the end of the day, I know I'm somehow gonna come back anyway. I know every time I stop doing videos or something on whatever channel or in whatever form, I will always end up doing them again. And I knew I had a lot of ambitions to do later. I had a lot of games I just didn't want to play alone. And so I knew that inevitably I would at some point come back. So I didn't want to put like, if I had graduated, for example, I would have made a whole video about it and stream and all, but I was just like indefinite hiatus, and then I kind of forgot also to set a message about it, and then it felt like it was too late, and there's no point in making one anymore. I think that the situation of the channel spoke for itself. But lately, this autumn, I have started watching people stream again. So I started watching people stream, and I also noticed that I just wasn't enjoying gaming as much, maybe, and I noticed that a lot of games I wanted to try to play, I just didn't enjoy them alone. And then wait, I'm gonna read the comments. Well, it's honestly up to you whether you played or not. I personally don't mind, but it's up to you. The wedding one, yeah. To be honest with you, I missed your streams a lot, and when you vanished, like I said on the post, I was worried about you because I thought something bad happened. Yeah, that's yeah. I actually understand that feeling of being worried when someone vanishes now better than before. In the past, my perspective was like, I know myself to be the kind of person that sometimes I just want to disappear or not be in contact, and I know how hard it is to even like open WhatsApp or whatever. Like, it's like when you get so overwhelmed and so tired and you're so down that you just like want to shut, or you're just socially so exhausted you just want to put your phone away and stuff. I get it. I have those moments too, and for me, at worst, they have lasted many months. So when people vanish, I've been like, okay, they probably have something similar going on, or they're busy with their lives, or you know. But now I was thinking about this weekend because my partner, an update, the situationship friend, if someone remembers from my last few 4 streams, my situationship friend and me, we are dating. We have been together for a bit over half a year now, and they went to cottage last weekend to celebrate a friend's birthday, and you know, I was like, they're probably not gonna message me, it's fine. But they did actually on the 2 days, like they missed me, so they wanted to send messages, which was sweet. But the last day, on Sunday, when they were supposed to drive back, they didn't send me anything. Like, no messages, and it was like, I remember it was like around 7-8 p.m. when I had been eyeing like my Discord. I have it on always on my other monitor open, so I see like people's statuses and stuff. And my partner was never like online, or even like apps like AF key, like orange on the Discord. I was like surprised because they usually use, or they use Discord with many people to message. So I was like kind of worried suddenly, and this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I ended up literally, I went to Google and I googled accidents in Finland, and then there's this website that like catalogs all accidents that happen or are reported. And I went through, but I didn't know where the cottage is, so I didn't know where my partner was physically even. And I was kind of worried, like maybe something happened, like maybe they got into a car accident or something. And literally at that moment I was eyeing the website, they sent me a message asking if I want to watch How I Met Your Mother in the evening. But I think now, through my partner, I've started to understand that maybe vanishing without any message or any sign of being alive can be difficult for other people. I didn't think about it earlier, but now I've learned it. Yes. It also took me half a year to gather up the courage to share my channel to my partner. You see, I started watching streamers again, and I don't find flesh tubers that interesting, honestly. I like watching VTubers. A VTuber like streaming medium is nice. And then I was like, okay, but this is like a very big part, in a sense, of my daily life. Like for a few years I've had a jobby of streaming, and there's a lot of things I would like to reference or share about it, because a lot of things happen because I've been streaming like altogether like over 1,000 hours probably at this point, and spent like maybe towards 1,500 to 2,000 hours on streaming things. So I was like, maybe it's not that embarrassing, and I was gathering up my courage, and then I sent a link, I think last week, to my partner to my channel, and then they were like, I was kind of, I shut the Discord. I didn't want to see what their response would be like. I was like, ah! But then in the evening, or at some point I did open it, and they were so supportive, and actually they kind of were delighted because now they can just listen to me yapping for literally like hundreds of hours. And then I was like, okay, that's kind of sweet. And I was thinking about it today, like before streaming, what feels now different about streaming than before, and it feels like now I can better share it with someone. Like it's, yeah, there's people who reoccur in the chat, right? And that's really nice. But like when I look at, for example, streamers who have streamer friends or like, for example, like groups, and they kind of like actively partake and you know, or people have communities with like, oh, there's like clippers, like someone is actively discussing the content later and kind of pins things in different places. It feels very nice, and so, and because there's still the channel is so small, it's like it's scarcer, those kind of moments. So with my partner I realized, oh, it's really nice, I can actually share this, and it kind of reinvigorated me in a sense. And yeah, and I feel like because I was feeling stuck with my content, it has to do a lot with like these games that have been just dragging on. So I decided that this week I'll just finish this game today, then I'll finish Merchant Forest on Wednesday, and I'll finish Amnesia on Friday, and in a week we get 3 games off our chests, except for the wedding DLC. Hello Maisie boy, welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's a bit much. If you had asked me, lol, you probably should have taken a few breaks in between those gaming sessions between, especially since that's a lot of hours. Yeah. Yeah, it is. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, if I stream like twice a week, for example, but the games are like 50-hour long games, and then there's yapping, it's just, it feels like then the content stagnates in a way if I don't like actively get through the games. Maybe now the strategy would be to focus only on a few games, or like 1 or 2 longer games, and then play like games that only last like a stream or 2, so I don't have that much pressure about it. And that is what I'm gonna do actually this month, because, or not this month, but next month, October. I actually mentioned it in the post too, but I was like, I was kind of excited about this prospect of coming back, because I realized that I come back for October, and in the past years I've been kind of interested in the prospect of like dedicating a month for like Halloween theme stuff. We don't celebrate Halloween in Finland. I have never celebrated Halloween. I've never partaken in any Halloween activities, except for like some school disco in elementary school. But I want to learn. And so I was thinking of, because there's a long catalogue of horror games I have not yet played but I own, and which like people have asked me to play. I made a Google sheet of them. I went through like their playtimes, approximate playtimes on how long to beat, and then I made like a little plan of which games at least I could play. And Lazy's Wardrobe is the first one, which I'm gonna play this Saturday. I remember it was asked of me like over a year ago maybe to play, and I did at one point try, but the files I found for the game didn't work. But now I found some files for some original version or something, so I'm able to play the game. I have no idea what it is about. I know it looks like a children's dressing game, but there apparently is a twist. I don't know if Amnesia will be finished as easily compared to the other 2, because Amnesia is crazy long even after your gameplays of it, lol. No, but I would love, because if I remember correctly, Amnesia, the first Amnesia, you know, I'm talking about the first Amnesia game, not the whole franchise. I think it has 3 chapters, and we were able to do 1 chapter per stream so far, and there should be 3 chapters. And if I get some beer and coffee, that is the thing I've started to think. I've started to drink coffee, and that's horrible. My ego has taken a hit. I always... Oh, stretching time. I'm just yapping so much, but there's so much to say. Also, that reminds me, didn't I recommend you a game at some point? Now that you mentioned games, would you be recommended? Yes. I don't remember. I think you've actually recommended maybe a bunch, and all of them I should have put either on a wish list on Steam or then written down on a Google Sheets form. But if you come up with any games, you can always like leave a comment or something. I'll like check it out. Curse of Blackwater. Yes, Curse of Blackwater. Yes, I remember that one. Yeah. So sorry, I got a message. My brain is going to places. Anyway, so Amnesia. I think there was 3 chapters of Amnesia, according at least this one site I was referencing, and I just hope we can get the 3rd chapter in one go. And I am not afraid to use a guide if I spend like half an hour stuck and there's no one to help me in chat. Like in the past, I have been able to get through hard bits because someone has been like helping me. But if there's no one in chat to help, then I'll just, you know, I'll just look up a guide. But I was thinking with the power of beer and power of caffeine, I will be able to maybe, I hope, to get through Amnesia. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I'm prepared to spare 4 to 7 hours on Amnesia. I think that the coffee has already affected you, lol, but I haven't watched Amnesia in a while because I last watched it like 4 months ago. Yeah, it's easy to forget things. I think the coffee has, yeah, it has. But it's also this excitement, you know? I actually slept really little last night. I was like, yesterday, it was so hard to get myself to do work because all I wanted to do was stream stuff. and then in the evening, I allowed myself to draw 2 thumbnails, and then I was like, okay, now I should go to sleep. But I stayed awake like 2 to 3 hours because my head was just spinning with ideas and just thinking about streaming. And I think that's a good sign because it just shows that I really enjoy this. But I wasn't able to I wasn't able to sleep. I was just awake. I almost opened Sudoku, but you know, I'm stuck with like a hard Sudoku puzzle right now, so I didn't do that. But maybe it could have made me go to sleep earlier. But anyway, I'm just excited. I've been like earlier today. I was just walking around and stretching to get like this excitement of my body and stuff. Now I'm hot. Let me take my college off. I'm feeling like warm now. Wow, it's affecting my temperature. Also, like, I've had a pretty good day despite of sleeping badly. Like, I woke up at 9 maybe. I went to sleep like at 4. Oh, no, 5. 4 or 5. And then in the morning, think about this. I did exercise. The first thing I did when I woke up after taking a shit was exercise. And then I took a shower. And then I used like, because you know, my partner uses this like what do you call it? Body lotion? Cream for body, you know? And their skin is so soft. I've been inspired and started like using the same, and I have noticed like a little change. It's not as much for myself, but for my partner. It's nicer when I'm like softer, right? Anyway, I did that. And then I did work. I worked for an hour, and then I did some stream stuff, and then I tried to not do stream stuff, and I watched a stream. And then I was just like, yay, on the stream. Deodorant? Actually, that's embarrassing. I actually have started using deodorant. For the longest time, I did not use deodorant. Then I went to Japan and I bought myself antiperspirant because I know that in Japan being smelly is bad. It's bad in Finland too, but in Japan I'm like more mindful about things, right? So I bought as antiperspirant and I kinda use it. I kind of forgot on most days, but with my partner uses deodorant, and like I guess most people do. I don't think that's like a special thing, like attribute of them theirs, but anyway, so I have bought myself a new antiperspirant. First I bought like this random deodorant from the shelf, and I applied it, and then I realized I smell, you know those like, you know, like those really strong men's deodorant smells. I don't like it, so I washed it off and I bought a new antiperspirant that is like smellless, or doesn't have like a scent to it. But I think on 2 days a week at least I remember to put it on. I'd say. Yeah. When you have a partner IRL, it seems to affected you a lot mentally, because you want to look and smell good for them. Yeah, actually, yeah. Honestly, I have been doing better. And I think you can see it like with how energetic I am. Let's see how it goes. But like before I sent the link to my partner of my streams, I of course went to watch through my content channel to see if anything needs to be removed, because I would be too embarrassed. The same thing is like every time someone tries to follow me on Instagram, I go through my feed and delete anything I don't want there to be, or edit like some text I've added to message, like pictures. So the same applied now. And I watched through my VODs, and on most VODs I just sound so exhausted, which I have been. I have been so exhausted for so many years. For so many years, as long as I can remember, I have been tired. And still, on most days, I am tired. Today, right now, I'm running on excitement, nervousness, not alcohol. No, not alcohol, but coffee. I did consider buying a beer, but coffee. Yeah, I noticed you were a lot more energetic. Yeah. Also, one thing that affects like the previous streams is, you know, keeping my volume down, which makes me speak more hesitantly, on a lower like register and stuff like that. Now I don't care as much. If I hear neighbors in the stairs, I will probably be quiet for a while. But I don't know, because I was listening to so much, because I've been editing too. I've gone back to editing stuff. Oh, it sounds so annoying. It just doesn't serve anyone well for me to like speak like that for a long time. Like I just sound exhausted and tired, and like I don't want to be here. So I think I want to try to speak a little bit louder, because, you know, it makes my voice also sound a little bit nicer to listen to, right? But I'd say I'm doing a little bit better. Like compared to a year ago, I'm doing much better. Like I'd say currently I'm not going through any depressive episodes or anything, and anxiety is quite manageable. We'll see how that like goes. Of course, like different things can change, but I have like this like past 4 months I've been just prioritizing mainly like my health, like my mental health, and like like energy reserves. Like I've tried to do decisions that like help me to recuperate, and that has worked. It has kind of worked. So economically it's been bad, but otherwise it's been kind of good. Luckily I live in a social welfare like a state that actually like helps when you don't have money. I actually, for the first time in my life this month, at the beginning of this month, I was not able to pay my rent. I have never been in such a bad economic situation where I would have not been able to pay my rent, but if I remember correctly, but this month was like that. But I was able to receive some monetary support from the state, and so that helped. I was able to pay my rent. Yay! That's the situation right now. I'm also starting my thesis for my bachelor's that has stretched for 5 years now. but I'm trying to get my bachelor's done in a year. So, and in that sense, like, I was like, is it wise for me to start streaming right now when my thesis is starting? But, you know, it's like, I wanna do this, and I'll just like, I have support now from other people to manage my things, on my schedule, and I have like motivation kinda to get done and dealt with my bachelor's. It has stretched so far, for so long, and it, now that I have a partner, it affects other people too. Like, if I'm stuck in the uni, it's gonna affect like my partner too as well, because, you know, if we try to plan future things, it doesn't do any favors that I'm like still stuck. No? I'm glad you're doing a lot better than before. I'm really happy for it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's better this way, yeah. I was thinking, is there anything else I wanna say before starting the game? No, I think I've covered like everything so far. I realized I should have maybe just like replaced my model into the middle for the chat and stuff like that, but oh shit, but too late. I didn't think of that. I was just too excited. Anyway, okay, so the goal of today is to get through this fucking game, Epilogue. Continue. I don't know. Is this the epilogue? For step 4. Wait, if step 1 is childhood, step 2 is middle school, step 3 is high school. So yeah, this is the epilogue. Okay. Oh, okay. I've been a little sick for 2 weeks, but I hope my voice carries us through this. Also, I realized like maybe the reason why reading on stream. Oh, no, no. Wait. No! My model is frozen. No! No! Wait a moment. Okay. I reattached the USB. No! Okay, please work. Please work. Please work. No! No! Why? Why is it like this? Why? I have just started. Camera off, camera. Why? 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 I'll restart VTube Studio. No! I'll start it. I'll restart it. I'll restart it. No! Well, at least I was able to like do the update. So if we have to end the stream, at least we have that, and I guess I don't know. It's done. The game doesn't want us to end it. It's fighting back. Our life is fighting back. It doesn't want me to end. It doesn't want me to go away. Yeah, model was messed up as I was typing it, glitching out a bit. Lol. No, you shouldn't have put it out. It's bad omen, I suppose. You jinxed it. Oh my god, is it glitch? It's glitching, it's glitching. No. No. I had to put an alarm to watch the stream. Oh no! Oh no! I hope the camera works. I hope it works. I hope it works. I hope it works. Someone woke up for this stream and now VTube Studio is doing this. Why are you doing this, VTube Studio? Why? Why are you doing this? No! Camera off. Choose camera. USB video device. Can I do this again? Can I do this again? Can I do this again? Select camera frame rate. Mpreg. Okay, camera on. Calibrate. Please work. It's 6 AM! Holy shit, that's so early. I am so grateful and impressed that you woke up so early for this stream. And I feel even more heartbroken for you waking up so early for this stream. For my VTube Studio has stopped working. No! How is it like this? It's incredible. It's like, it's lagging so bad. What is up with it? Like, let me look at the log. Let me look at the log. Where's the log? Is it just like that it can't find a camera? Logs may contain sensitive information. Cool, open. Fail to get data from camera. Okay, let me try to reattach it again. This has once or twice worked. I honestly thought your model would be somewhat updated, upgradable. Don't hurt me like that. Don't hurt me like that. Honestly, I was thinking about it. But realistically, there's no way I would have been able to make the model 2.0 ready. But if it makes you feel any better, I have started to work on it again. Let me see. I am somewhat smooth. Let's give it a while before we retry. I think. my partner said, "Have a good stream" on Discord. Okay. Okay. I am sorry, but I can't lie about it. Okay, I can tell you that I'm working on 2 models at the moment. The thing is just, it takes so long to draw them, and then they're rigging. And I want it to be better rigged than the current model, so it's gonna take hundreds of hours. I'm frozen again. No! No! Please! No! No! But the thing is, like, it takes so much time. And I just last week realized that maybe I want to start streaming again. But I have the line art quite drawn out. Like, I think it's quite close to have a good stream model chaos. Yeah! Yeah. Let me close VTube Studio one more time. I don't know if you remember, but my username was Blackberry. Oh right, you change your name so much that every time you come up with a new one, of course I don't know it, but it's lovely to hear about you. I'll verify the integrity of the software things. So you're not new here. Okay. I understand it. I have friends who make art and have made the characters in the VTuber like stuff. Oh yeah. Honestly, I'm with you. I'm also disappointed. Oh, 5 files failed to validate and will be reacquired. Amazing. Maybe that fixes it? Let's see. But yeah, I'm disappointed as well because I was really reluctant to come back with the old model because I don't like it anymore. I mean, it's not as bad as I remembered. It's fine. But then again, I really like the Model 2.0, what I've been doing with it so far. I really like it. And I'm so excited to get the line art done so I can get to work with the coloring. What I might do is that I'll just make it ready with only like one hairstyle and one set of clothes. So what is this shit? Why am I glitching like what the heck is this? This is unbelievable. I'll close the game. I'll quit the game and then I start VTube Studio. I'll start VTube Studio before the game. And let's see if it works. If it doesn't, then we just have to like fucking, I guess, cancel this or something. That's shitty. And this is horrible because the model was working for like a good while. My name never changes. I'm still the same Jeffers you met back in that Undertale stream. Yes. It's my OCD, but I won't change it anymore. We'll see about that. I feel like maybe maybe you'll end up changing it after all. Okay. I'm restarting VTube Studio and let's see if it works. If it doesn't, then this just oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Immersion broken. Immersion broken. Hello! Welcome to the stream. It's a mess because my model doesn't work. It was working for like 25 minutes or like half an hour and then it started glitching. It's unbelievable, but I guess it fits. I guess it's like it fits the nature of my streams. Like this is a reoccurring problem, I suppose. Oh my god. No! Oh my gosh. Let's see. I'm so sure it's gonna freeze. I'm so sure it's gonna freeze. I'll be swaying like this for now. Okay. Oh, it was working fine for so long yet it decided to go into chaos as you started the game. Well, yeah, I wonder if it was about like the game and VTube Studio just not wanting to work together. Maybe that's what there was like some files problems or like I don't know the progress or like. Okay, let's see what happens. I'll keep swaying like this, and I'll keep yapping. Oh no! Has this? No! No! Oh no! Okay, let's keep swaying, like grass in a breeze. Oh my god, this is horrible. Well, if we have to end the stream here, I'll just change the thumbnail and the name into an update stream, and then we'll do our live another time. But we'll see. I'll just sway. I guess this is like light exercise now. I suppose I've been able to exercise. You see, I found out that one can exercise comfortably, lazily, with one of those like rubber band kind of things for working out. Either the studio hates you right now or YouTube enjoys chaos. I think it's both. Nothing is worse than being like this kind of scuffed small little indie VTuber and then having technical problems. It's like, how unprofessional can you get? Anyway, I've realized that I'll keep swaying. So I've realized that I can watch videos or movies or streams and sit on the floor comfortably with good posture and do like those like exercises with the rubber band. Like I put it like like going behind my like leg, which is like straight up, and then I like pull the rubber band with my hands. It's like this pulling motion. There's like machines for this. I've seen that, and that's how I came up with the idea. And apparently I'm not genius, but because it's apparently like a real thing. But I found a way of doing minimum amount of exercise that still makes my muscles have to work. Like I get sweaty. And I've been doing that, except now that I've been 2 weeks like sick, it's been kind of like irregular. But I was doing it this morning, so I've been like exercising. What do you feel? How do you feel? Should we try? Should we try streaming? Should we try opening the game up? I think the swaying has been rather smooth. The swaying has been rather smooth. Okay, let's see what happens. We'll give it a go. Oh no, cancel. They almost stopped YouTube Studio from running. I'll keep swaying. Let's try it, lol, yeah. Yeah, let's try it. I think it's incredible that I have 50 hours of playtime on our life. It's like not the kind of game I would imagine myself playing. I'm praying that every god on this planet it works, yes. Okay. Okay, and... Okay. Audio capture for the game. And you... No, you can't hear the game. Okay. I'm swaying. Okay, I'm swaying. Has anyone been like playing Hades 2 or Silent Hill F or whatever it is? Why is it called Silent Hill F? I saw like some streamers I have been watching like played, but I want to check how much it costs. It's like 80 euros. 80 euros! I can't afford that. Okay, I'm swaying and it seems to be okay, so we try again. You said in your community post, I don't know if I am relevant to anyone anymore, and you couldn't be more wrong. I couldn't stop thinking about you and rewatching your streams. So, aww. Some of my friends are playing Hades 2, and apparently the Prometheus fight is hard. Yeah, my friends have also been playing it, and I didn't buy it on early access because I trusted my friend who said that it will come like early buyers sale or something. I don't know if it was. If it was on sale, I missed it, but now I can't afford it. It's I've kind of gotten tired of saying this to everything, but it's honestly, I'm so broke, I can't afford most things. Like, this month I wasn't able to afford my rent, initially. I haven't been always able to pay for my meds, initially. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's life. But it's getting better. And I do have like I have like relatives who can help me out in like bad times, so I won't be going homeless or anything like that. I have like support from like people close to me. £80 for what? 80 euros for Silent Hill F. It's the new Silent Hill game. But since my model is not freezing yet, let's try to get some of the game going. So, sorry, gross sounds. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bird came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You... Yes, I hate recent prices on games, they're super random. Yeah. All the more reason to just play indie games, man. All the more reason to play indie games. Of course we live with... we get it all. We are all in this playthrough, right? So we are living with everything. And you? Had multiple ways of earning income in the... I don't fucking know gaming industry. If family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence, Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. Oh, we're back at it again. I'm so bad at reading out loud. We started playing. One result from sharing my channel to my partner was that my partner was like, oh, it would be so much fun to actually play games together. Like, we both play games, but we play different games. My partner plays, unfortunately, League of Legends. But they kind of like realized that it would actually be nice to play games with me. And so we looked up a game kind of like Our Life, because they've been watching, of all my streams, they've been watching Our Life. Man. Anyway, there's a lot of yapping there though. Like, I think we would have been done and dealt with the game earlier if I hadn't yapped for like so many hours during the streams. Anyway. Am I glitching? I'm swaying. I'm glitching. I wouldn't say League of Legends is bad. Yeah, I know, but... Anyway. So we went to watch what we could... No! Model! No! Model! No! I don't seem fine, Jeffers. I don't seem fine. I'm broken and broken all kinds of ways. It's all going. This is so scuffed. This is. I just, every time I say something, it's broken. You are jinxing it. This is so extremely scuffed stream. This is an incredibly scuffed stream. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I'll finish the story at least. So, my partner wanted to play something with me, something like Our Life, because they thought it would be nice to make decisions together, like choose things together. And so, we started playing Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator, and it's been so much fun. It's been incredibly fun. Why was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about this because glitching. I was talking about this because I'm so bad at reading aloud in English. That was the point, because I'm stuttering again. So we are back at it again. That I am stuttering in English and I can't read in English. We are back at it again. We are suffering about it again. And that's why I was talking about Dream Daddy Dream Daddy difficulties. No, Dream Daddy Simulator game. Anyway, it's banger game. It's like just for us. It's made for us. Like everything the MC says is like me and my partner. It's incredible. It's actually beyond this world. I'm like, is there like some AI being used in this game to make like to make the main character say things are how we would say it? It's kind of creepy. Anyway, let's try to get through this, at least this part, without glitching. It's incredible. Okay, the stream's been 15 minutes and I've only read like few sentences. No, don't glitch. I'm swaying like a grass in a breeze. Okay. New towns. But your mom's and Cove's father still lived on the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. Yippee! And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends were still your friends, though, of course, things weren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry, a person we don't care about, publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use Y instead of I. Glitching. He also confessed his love For Miranda, who's surprised, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bird. Derek was as busy as always, but doing well. Derek is such a pointless character. He was here maybe 2 times, and then we had like a phone call with him or something. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and you even saw each other in person occasionally. Unrealistic. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. Of all these uninteresting characters, Baxter is the one who disappeared from our memories? Bruh. After his vacation in Sunset Bird one year, he was just gone. You had never truly counted him as a close friend though. And then there's what became of the sad little boy you grew up with. Cove Holder. What is that characterization? Sad little boy? Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. Oh. I guess we don't have to do the epilogue. We already reached the engagement. I mean, Ryuki, it is a game that sounds like it's based off of your choices, lol. Dream Daddy Simulator? Is there latency, or why did that, like, comment come so late, or were you just thinking about it? Is there latency in the stream? Let me check it out. There shouldn't be latency. There should be, like, low latency. No, this game, not Dream Daddy Little Ma. Alright, oh no! Jeffers, every time you comment something, the model breaks! What is this shit? I should blow my nose too. Oh my god, this is scuffed. Wait a moment. Okay, you know, there is still hope. There is still hope. There have been streams where I had problems with the model, and then the model started working. Why am I a bad luck to the stream lol? I don't know. VTube Studio is like, no, you should go back to streaming the 0 viewers. Anyway, I'd like to put some effort into engagement, so I'd say hopefully you would commit to each other even more someday, because should we be engaged? But I feel like it would be nice content to get engaged. Right? Let's do it. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating loving and supporting relationships with his family and friends. His personality had changed, becoming more open than ever before. Did we remember to change his looks this time? Did we remember to change him this time? I do not want to be disappointed again. Ko was a warm, inviting, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, you could see where he was coming from based on his past interests. He went to college to study marine biology. His ultimate goal was to settle on becoming a natural resource technician, and he still volunteered with Orca when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed. What? As an adult, Cove also was able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. Hydration? Coffee time? Wasn't this established already? Was he not diagnosed? Or did he just realize? Was it like a self-diagnosis earlier? Was this not established already? It was something that hadn't been noticed by doctors as a child, but he was still the same cove. That's rather random for the game to bring up this. I know, right? I know, right? This is so odd. The way it's being brought up is just... It feels like they just put a sticker on the game or something. It's so odd. But I have this feeling like I have been reacting to this before. Like I have a memory that when he reached his teens, it was already like said that he is autistic. He's on the autism spectrum. Or could it be because I have played the game once, that I was reacting then, and I was thinking, oh my god, I would have wanted to catch my initial reaction to this on stream. I don't remember how it was, but it's insane. I think this is so odd. It's not built up that much, I think. Then again, I don't know, I find Ko's actions somewhat normal, except for him being a child, so children are sometimes a little odd in the past. Ko's life. But, like, I don't know, it feels so random. It's like they just add a label. They're like, yeah, let's add this Steam category to the game. The same as, let's just add this like label to this man. Anyway, it was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. At least he's no longer asocial. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went with it down the paths you chose. It was strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bird still called you back eventually. It's like adding gore to a game that you already knew was gory. I mean, yeah. The car rumbled down the highway. You had started to zone out when a truck in the left lane suddenly crashed into you, and we all died by trucken. Anyway, your driver didn't remark on it, just like anything else this trip. Was that the stretching reminder? Okay. Throw your hands up in the air. Wow! And then the right, the left. I'm glitching. I'm glitching. Let me sway. Let me sway. I think I found a fix to the problems. I'll just have to sway like a green grass thing. This autistic character seemed pretty normal to me. Fuck off. Ah, glitchy, glitchy, glitchy. Sway, sway, sway. I don't know. It's just there were a few odd moments, but I was like, oh, this is just a kid, you know, because kids are weird. All kids do odd stuff from time to time. For example, part of my diet for a while as a kid was body lotion, cream, body cream. I remember I went to my grandparents' place and they had it like in this, in this cupboard in their bathroom. And then every time I went to the toilet there, I always wanted to use that toilet or bathroom because they had the body cream there. Wait, let me get my model back. Okay. Body lotion cream? You hate body lotion? Yeah! Oh no, wait. Yeah! So I wanted to use that toilet because I know they have it in the cupboard. And every time I was there taking a shit, I would take the tube out and I would eat it. I know it was weird. Oh, my model is not taking this well. I didn't tell anyone because I knew that was very weird and cringy, right? Another thing I did when I was a kid was I ate dog food. Not like wet food, but like dog dry food. Like kibbles, or what do you call them? I was just curious as a kid. I was like, what does it taste like? It smells good. And I ate one and I was like, oh, this is really good. And then I always wanted to, in secret, eat them. And I tried to be very sneaky about that because I understood that it's maybe a little weird. Maybe I once told someone about it in elementary school. This was like, maybe, I don't remember how old I was. Was I that old? Is it embarrassing to have been in elementary school and doing this shit? I don't know. Anyway, but apparently many years later I learned that everyone in the family knew that I was doing it. No one said anything, they were just accepting it like, oh, Ryuki just eats dog food. Cool, yo. I see why you think kids are weird, Pixie. Yeah. I'm surprised you weren't badly affected by it when you were younger. Yeah, I mean, dog food is meant to be nutritious, right? About the body cream, yeah, I'm a little surprised there weren't like any side symptoms. Then again, I turned out like this. The weirdest things I've eaten as a kid was raw popcorn. I eat raw popcorns. Actually, my partner eats raw popcorn. That was one of the first like things I got to know about them, like facts, like fun fact. We were like hanging out at a friend's place. Maybe we were playing Call of Cthulhu or something like that, and then they were like explaining how good like those popcorns that have not popped are, and then we were munching them together. Yeah. Is this gonna be a reoccurring thing, me just talking about my partner from now on? Am I gonna become one of those annoying people in relationships who only just talks about their partner? Oh no. Any more fun facts about me eating stupid shit? I don't know if I've told about this in the past already, but in kindergarten we were doing painting, and then you know when you like clean your brush in water to get rid of like the paint and to make the brush clean. I thought the water looked funny. The water looked funky. I was like, oh, that looks like the magic drinks they drink in Moomin TV series. And so I remember we were meant to go and, you know, how do you say it? Like pour the waters to the like drainage after we were done painting. And I was like to my friend like, hey, doesn't this remind you of like Moomin magic drinks? And my friend was like, no. I was like, oh, no, but it really looks like it. Do you want to drink it and see if something funny happens? And my friend was like, no. And I was like, okay, but I will do it. And so I drank it. I have no idea. It must have been paint that's like friendly because kids eat stuff and they probably eat paint too. PG grape juice, as I called it. Yes, PG grape juice, that's amazing. Yeah. I think that's all the like weird things I ate as a kid. I also like drank water from like pools of water outside, you know, when it was raining and then there would be like a puddle. I would drink water from there because I was so thirsty. We were like outside in kindergarten, we had like time outside, and I was really thirsty, and I realized because I went to ask like our kindergarten like I guess teachers, like, can I get water please, and they were like, no, we are outside. And so I was like, okay, but I have like this, I have my shovel and I have paddle water, whatever, I have that. And I realized I went to my friends like, hey, I have this genius idea. And they were like, no, Ryuki, no. But I was like, yes. And so I drank water from there and I was so happy with myself. Watercolor paints are fine to eat. Something not water-based is bad for you. Don't ask me how I know. I see fellow paint eaters too. In chat. Now you have to explain. While you explain, I'll proceed in the game. We have successfully been streaming for an hour, right? Anyway, we crashed against Trucken, right? You went back to staring out the window, letting the scenery pass by you. You did appreciate the spacious backseat of your ride. You hadn't known exactly when you would be coming in, so you had decided to use a ride app rather than ask your moms to pick you up. It had turned out to be a convenient choice. You looked forward to surprising your parents at the door. You smiled at the thought of their faces lighting up. Luckily, this hadn't been that big of a trip for you. You lived close enough that the travel hadn't turned into a big production. Who says that? Turned into big production? Is that like an American phrase? However, that didn't make the occasion mundane. For once, your moms had decided to have a modest celebration dinner for their anniversary. Unlike when you were growing up and they preferred not to make a big deal out of it, this year they were comfortable having a party. As time went on, they had found being the center of attention easier to handle. You were happy to see it. I was like 2, and my dad was painting the house, so I just started eating copious amounts of paint from his paint bucket. That is so adorable. But honestly, like dried paint, like dried acrylic paint, does look like nibbleable. You know what I mean? Is that a word, nibble? Right? Because I nibble. Anyway, with this going on, there was no way that either you or Liz would miss your mom's anniversary. Both of you made plans to come back home for it. Nibbleable. Nibbleable? Yes. Nibble is a word, yes. Yeah, so nibbleable. That sounds so funny when you say nibbleable. 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 You didn't hear from Liz about her exact schedule, but you hadn't shared yours either, and I don't care. Frankly put, it reminded you of when you were kids and both knew to show up for dinner, but didn't keep each other in the loop for each other's pre-dinner plans. This was the same concept after all. My parents started freaking out, called like the poison center, and they were concerned until my parents thought it was water paste. Then they were like, oh yeah, their poop is just gonna be white for it. You became it. Did it look like seagull shit? Like bird shit? Did they ever tell you? Actually, now that I think about it, it might be like somewhat more difficult to know. Actually, I'm not gonna say this. I'm not gonna say this. I don't know, I was stupid. But they didn't tell you, like, they weren't like, oh yeah, it looked like a seagull shit. I don't know why I'm saying seagull specifically, but probably because I tend to see, but like the out of bird shits, the most like usual one I see is seagull shit. The other one is pigeon shit. In case someone is interested. No. Okay. Well, some things stayed the same. And yet it was definitely different from when you would see your sister every day and knew sort of what she was doing anyways, from osmosis. Things were always... What? Log. Today you had no idea. Things were always changing. You mused on how at times it was hard to believe you didn't live with your parents anymore, and yet you also couldn't imagine going back and living as a kid under their rules. The rest of the drive flew by. Your silent driver provided a smooth ride. Why are you calling it a silent driver? No sharp turns or hard stops jostled you out of your own head. So many... Oh, no! What was stuttering? I am a grass. I am a strand of grass. Strip of grass? What do you call it? A hair of grass. A grass. I'm a singular grass. Swaying in the breeze. Your thoughts turned from introspective to observant. The landscape passing by became more and more familiar. You frequently recognized the landmarks that dotted the area. Strand of grass. A grin came to your face as you passed the now entering a sign for sunset bed. Excitement built within you. You were really here. You were doing this. Your driver turned off on a street and you realized that their map program... This can't be of... This... No one says it like that. No one says map program, right? It was taking you the way home that Ma preferred. You usually would have used the other side's street to pass by the beach. In no time at all, the car had gone through the whole of town and pulled in front of your mom's condo. The car slowed to a stop and parked. With the buzz of the highway gone, you realized that you could hear the familiar sound of waves. The air smelled like sand and a rush of childhood memories flooded back. Unless they're using a GPS, no, I haven't heard of it. Yeah, it's such a weird way of saying it. You started to gather your things and humming to yourself once more about how happy your moms would be to see you. After that, you'd notify everyone else that you had made this trip safely. You pulled over your suitcase from the other seat and yanked at your bag from down near your feet. Tap, tap. You're startled at the sudden sound of tapping of glass. It caused you to pause. Did you really hear what you thought you did? You weren't entirely sure because you soon heard something else. The window on the opposite side of the car rolling down. It confused you until you put it together that despite the driver's silence, you weren't actually alone in the car. What the fuck is this writing? The driver must have pressed the button. Someone had to be there. You turned your head to face the now open window. No! 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 It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. There he was, leaning his arms across the window. Your beloved Curve Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hi, Jamie. What a surprise this is. I didn't expect to see you in this neighborhood. He was joking, of course. Seeing your expression, he decided to push it further. It's not like I've been waiting for you out here all morning or anything. What do we do? What do we do? Curve! At the sound of his name, he bursted laughing and grinned winningly. Curve Holden sounds like an American football star. I haven't been doing them voices until now. I have no idea what I'm going with. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. What the heck? That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey, you're kind of rude." Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. Holy shit, Cove, stop that. Stop doing that. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. "I missed you." You leaned over and kissed. No, not on the forehead. You did your best to hug him without knocking him down. Let's do that. That's the most physical activity of them all. It was awkward, but he managed to loop your arms around his neck without his arm buckling from underneath him. He still wobbled in your embrace, but did not collapse, so you counted it as a win. Once he was able to regain his balance, he happily snuggled his cheek against yours. You both held on to each other, breathing each other in for a lovely moment. You pulled back just a little. You pulled back just a little. Is that correct? You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. There's so many good options here. "I missed you too" is bad. "I love you" straightforward. "Okay, now get out of the window, you crazy person." No, we don't want that. No, it's typo. Maybe it's not only me being bad at reading. Maybe it's also the game having bad grammar and odd choices of words. You're so cute. I really should have expected this. You and your windows. That could be nice, like a throwback to Windows. You sighed happily. I'll go with the windows. I promise this was unplanned. I know, still doesn't make a difference. Cole's smile turned awkward as his arm started to bend lower, causing his body to slide downwards with it. He turned his head to the driver. "Sorry. I'm always causing trouble in this neighborhood. I hate eyeglasses, and I hate the hair, but it's an improvement from middle school. No, high school. And I admit, it's just the length of the hair. It has fixed a lot of the problems." Cove shifted around some more and squirmed back the way he came. The driver is like the get out of the... What? The driver is like the "get out of my car now" guy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it would be so annoying if I was a taxi driver. Someone started climbing in through the window. Bruh. I honestly admire the patience of the person, because I would have already gone there and grabbed his waist and like pulled him from the window and like, you know, physically intervened. Cove shifted round some more and squirmed back the way he came. After he had successfully pushed off the window and landed on the pavement with a thump, you opened your car door. You had threaded your arms through the various straps of your bags and climbed out. Cove took a few long strides around the back of the car and quickly met you on your side. I'd probably do the same, lol, yeah. Cove stood in front of you, and it struck to you that the two of you were back in Sunset Bird, reunited once again on this street. Yeah, it's the length of the hair, it has helped. You waved shyly at him. Shut up. You held your hand out for a fist. What the fuck? You held your hand out for a... What the fuck? You ruffled his hair. Friendly punch! Of course we jump into his arms. And you were still holding your bags because we were in such a hurry. It was a little difficult to launch yourself the curve with all your luggage in a tow, but you pushed through. Shake hands? Fuck off. Fuck off. No. 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 Cove let out a little oof as he caught you and a bag swung around to clobber him in the back. Both of you had to maneuver around the assorted cases weighing you down. Cove snorted. What does snorting sound like? As your baggage That'd be more awkward than the rest of the options. Yes. The point is that I hate shaking hands. Was that stretching reminder? Let me reach for the skies. I think I've actually dedicated a whole shorts video just to complain about shaking hands. I'm passionate about the topic. So, I was about to say something, I forgot it, but we return. Both of you had to maneuver around assorted cases weighing you down. Snorted right. A little line of white underneath his nose as a baggage ball scan hit his side. Do you guys think it would be a bad idea to do a stream high? Because I have a game I want to play this month, and I think it would be really fun to play, perhaps while high. Yes, when we talked in the old Undertale stream, you said that you wished code was the beginning of a bird people do in Asian countries spreading across the world as well. Oh yes, the message is being spread in every stream. Do not shake hands. It's something my friends bully me about nowadays. They offer their hands for shaking now. Oh no, actually, I was in an event last Saturday. My friend organized like his maybe 7th housewarming party. Imagine that we were like the 7th. We were not the 1st, we were 7th to be invited for a housewarming party. Well, whatever. So there were a bunch of random people. First of all, it was weird because he was like, hey guys, we had like a Pathfinder group on WhatsApp. Like, do you want to come and, you know, have a little party at my place? And I was like, cool. No mentioning of other people being there. I thought it would be just us. No, I go there and it's like there's other people as well. And then one of my friends comes in later and there's already like maybe 10 people there. He goes and shakes hands with each single one of them, one by one, walking around the apartment just to shake, bending forwards, stretching his arm to reach to shake hands with each individual person, new person in there. Ooh, I wasn't able to watch. I had to turn away. I had to watch elsewhere. Also, maybe you could do it when high, though it'd be really chaotic. I mean, my experience being high has been that I get really relaxed. So the problem could be that I start like just staring the screen and it's just a silent stream. That would be pretty bad. But if it's like maintained, it would be interesting to see what happens. Though I do take like my antidepressants kind of affect like when like should I be talking about this? My antidepressants are the kind that make the effects of, for example, shrooms less effective. Anyway, when he was situated, he leaned back on the balls of his heels and fully lifted you off the ground. His goofy grin let you know just how much he was enjoying your enthusiastic embrace. He did not have a problem holding you up. His especially large height allowed him to lift you well off the ground. With one last swing, he let you back down. You were really ecstatic to be around him again and absolutely thrilled that it was here in this town where you were together. Even if it had only been a short time since you had seen him off, you had still missed Cove greatly. It somehow felt a lot longer. Given your different schedules and travel availabilities, it had worked out better for Cove to head out to Sunset first. He only arrived at the evening before, however, and secured the hotel room. Hotel room, you say? We no longer staying with parents, you say? Until now, you never had to deal with that inconvenience of being in a tourist-heavy area. It was a fight to get a place to stay close by during the heat of the summer vacation season. Living without him at your place was strange. Coffee time! Even more caffeine into my already overwhelmed brain. But hey, I gotta say, being a strand of grass, I was about to say strand of green, has helped. I am no longer freezing as much. Anyway, living without him at your place was strange. We don't live together? Ko's basically a part of you at this point. No, we are living together. So what does this mean? Living without him at your place was strange. What does that mean? Does it mean like the night we stayed there? I don't know, because Ko was like one night away. Maybe it's that. Ko was basically a part of you at this point. You were glad to feel whole again. Oh! You idly shifted your luggage and then it struck you that you were the short one. You got out in such a hurry it was left behind. What? You idly shifted your luggage, then it struck you that you were short. Oh. Short one luggage. I was like, how is my length, length related to luggage? But no, I got it. Oh yeah, you got out in such a hurry it was left behind. You reached back into the car to pull down. The taxi driver is such a patient person. Imagine just waiting there, all this thing happening. Ko stood aside as you made a dash for the door. You shouldered the small bag and felt relieved that you would be able to brush your teeth tonight. But everything this time? You stood up straight, everything truly gathered up and out of the car. You gave the backseat one last glance and then nodded. Ko shut the car door after you had moved out of the way. The two of you stepped off the street to give the driver some room. Ko waved. Sorry again. The driver said nothing and drove off. With the road clear, you let your gaze drift across the neighborhood that you had known forever. It was such a small place to spend so many days. I'm going to sleep. Good thing your voice is asleep. Oh my god, I am offended, but I'm happy it worked. Nighty night. You were flooded with memories of going up and down the street during every stage of your life. Being a little kid, following your big sister to the playground, becoming a teen and staying out later, and growing into an adult who left their parents' house behind to be independent. You could feel the summer sun on your skin from all the times you headed out to the beach. You saw the same surroundings that you, as a young adult, did when leaving home. It was hard to quantify the amount of history you had here. And now you were back. Despite taking in the neighborhood again, you never lost awareness of Ko's presence. From the corner of your eye, seeing him there was a very familiar sight as well. So many of your memories included him. Your mind drifted from the neighborhood itself to the person who used to live here. Couldn't help the feeling of nostalgia and trying to be fast. You still remembered his face, his voice, the scar on his arm from days long gone. He had changed so much since you had first met him. There's so much spit in my mouth. Yet even with those changes, he was always recognizable. He was familiar, like the sky was, in the way you knew the sea. Every day, they may appear different, but they still are an inextricable part of life. It was the world, with help from Mr. Holden and his ill-thought $20 bill that brought you together to begin with. But the two of you had chosen each other. How sweet. You had never let your interactions fade. You had decided to nurture your relationship into what it was. And you would continue to keep Ko close into all the rest of your adult years. Ko was the partner you wanted for life. You couldn't be more grateful to call him your boyfriend. It would be impossible to imagine life without him. Ko noticed you staring at him after a while and smiled with his eyebrows rising in curiosity. He was very transparent in his question if there was something you wanted to say. You shook your head and returned him a soft expression. You'd let yourself get carried away in a tide of memories. But now it was time to focus on the present. Ready to see my mom's? Yeah. Ko nodded and then pointed at all your luggage bundled around your legs. Can I help you with any of that? Yeah, thank you. You gratefully passed him back. It was a lot easier to balance everything with that out of the way. He used both hands to take hold of the one piece of luggage and stood tall, pleased to be able to provide his assistance. I'm trying to be fast because I've been editing the old streams of our life, and it's been so excruciatingly slow. Also, I just realized that it has been 1.5 hours and we are nowhere near even the beginning of the chapter, I suppose. Ugh, like, it's gonna take forever, man. I'm afraid we have to do the epilogue in 2 parts, and I really much don't want to do that, but we'll see what happens. The bag situation resolved. The two of you strolled over to the last residence's door. I was bamboozled by the last until I remembered that's our last name. You started to pat your pockets instinctively, only to realize that you no longer carried a key to the house. Your eyes scanned the entryway, a little lost only despite the doorbell. Now it's been great to listen to the app. But I'm supposed to get the game done! To be fair, most of the first hour was updated. And this is resetting the model. Yeah, I know. Anyway, the thought of having the ring felt super weird. I get this. I remember when I moved out for the first time. There was only one time I went back to the apartment after moving out. But I remember I had to visit my mom for whatever reason. And it was super duper weird taking the bus, like, back there. And then ringing the doorbell and, like... It was odd how fast the, like, house turned completely, like, strange to me, or like a stranger. The building turned into a stranger to me, like instantly. Like, and I think that just proves the point. I didn't really feel at home there, but because like none of the elements really felt like home. I went there; it was like a weird place. Yeah. Anyway, as you press the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remember that no matter how much this place would always, What? As you press the inconveniently placed button on the side wall, you remembered that no matter how much this place would always be a home to you. Ah, it wasn't where you lived. Being back here was like putting on a uniform after you quit the store where it came from. It had remained the same, but your circumstance had changed. Bob shifted on his feet awkwardly, obviously also thrown about by you being stuck out here, keyless. I have only been locked out of my apartment 0 times. I was so sure I would have been locked out of my apartment here in Finland after moving back. But actually, now that I think about it, I have not locked myself out of the apartment once. Also, my neighbors have started to drill a wall or something, but I don't think the microphone catches that. That's incredible. You know, I think the reason for that is that I have slowed down my days a lot. Like, I don't have hurried moments that much anymore, except like going to like a friend's place and not being late. But you know, like in the mornings, for example, if I went to, for example, a lecture, I would have time to patiently go through things. In the past, like, it would be partially because of being in a hurry or something, somehow like not as much in the present. I haven't locked myself too many times out of the apartment, maybe twice in my whole life, maybe. That's actually impressive, I gotta say. Anyway, you heard muffled voices. That's actually kind of impressive. I know, right? I'm so proud. There was a time when I was a kid, I lost my key. This is kind of embarrassing too. I lost my key for like 3 months. I thought I'd lost it completely. Until one day I finally cleaned my room. And I found this old PE bag with like my swimsuit in it. Um, I didn't smell it, so I don't know if it smelled moldy. But it had been just there dusting away, and my key was there in the PE bag with the swimsuit. Yeah. Anyway, you heard muffled voices and shuffling around. Actually, also there was this one time. There was this one time I lost my phone. And I found it from the fridge. I think that is hilarious. Why the fuck would I put my phone into a fridge? I have no idea. It's kind of... It happens though a lot to me in kitchens to put like the phone into cupboards or into like cabinets or something like that. Because I put it there and I think, oh, the cabinet's open, I just need to, you know, grab this one thing. I'll find my phone later, and then I don't. That's just unfortunate with the key. Yeah. I didn't clean my room. I would like to say often, but I think I didn't clean my room, period, when I was a kid. Who puts their phone in the fridge? I have no idea. I probably had it in hand and I was like, oh, I need to grab something from the fridge. I'll just put it here for a while, and then I got, and I was panicking. I didn't find it anywhere. I even checked like washing machine, I think. Anyway, you heard muffled voices and shuffling around from inside. Your heartbeat sped up in anticipation. The door swung open and there was your mom's smiling face. She immediately brightened at seeing you standing there. Oh, okay, she still has the uncanny eerie smile, but she has aged well otherwise. Well. Mom twisted her head back and gave a shout down the hall. Lani, guess who's here? There were more distant noises. No doubt Ma getting out from wherever she was to come see. Her high-spirited words rang out clearly. I hope it's one of my children. Mom snickered, still holding the door only half open to hide you for a little longer. Ko flushed as if suddenly realizing that he was going to be present for your mom's enthusiastic welcoming of you. He smiled to reassure him that he wasn't intruding. At this point... Why at this point? We are like getting engaged soon. I don't know if Ko knows it, but we are gonna get engaged soon. Why would he be an outsider at this point? Basically, we grew up together anyway. Like, he probably spent like half his childhood in this apartment. Well, near it, you know? Ma finally reached the door and peered over Mom's shoulder. It is! Hello, James. Oh no, she got the old mom haircut. She got the old mom haircut. Her face still looks nice. I prefer her old haircut. She gave you a once-over, patting the tops of your shoulders and moving down the sides of your arms before she nodded in satisfaction that you were in one piece.
How sweet.
That is a wonderful surprise. Why are their voices so high in volume? Ma inclined her head to Kovniak's, not leaving him out either. Hello, sweetie. You count as one of my kids at this point anyways. I have double the surprise today.
Yeah.
He snorted at your mom's greetings. They never changed. Ko bashfully waved at them. He hadn't relaxed fully, but he had settled down at their welcome. Well, don't just stand out there. Come in. Your mom moved aside and held the door open for you, gesturing for you to enter. You stepped into the living room. It was comfortable and cool. Ko was a half step behind you. I was reading the half step, and for whatever reason, my head was like feeling the empty space behind them as a half step brother, and I was like, why? Why are you saying he's like a half step brother to you? Until I realized there was half step behind you. What is wrong with my brainsies? I always forget the character you are has two moms. Yeah. We do, and we are adopted. And it was for some reason a huge drama in the house for a while. Or like, you know, it's like I don't know if it was the part of them being adopted, but like they're the people, the reason for them being adopted being like the parents died, like the biological parents. I have no idea. It was a drama. I don't remember much about it because I did not understand it. I was not able to empathize with the characters at all. It felt weird. It felt kind of similar to like just randomly saying that Cove is autistic. It felt like they just added it there. They just added it there. They just put it in there instead of like it actually like contributing to stuff or being like relevant to anything. They just put it there. They just decided to add a chapter about it, and it's like never discussed again. It's not like built on anything. It just comes. So basically, just sheer randomness. Yeah, it's super duper weird, and I was having so much trouble like having like proper empathy towards the characters because I couldn't get behind the reactions and the writing in that chapter as well. Anyway, Cole was a half step behind you, his eyes on a new painting your moms must have added since the last time you were here. Things were mostly the same, but there were more decorations since you had seen the house last. Mom may have gotten the urge for some interior designing again. It struck out to you how odd it was to be the guest, only observing their choices for the living space here rather than a full-time occupant. Ma came up in front of you, excitement in her eyes. Stretch time! Stretch times. I should have the stretch reminder all the time because, like, I've been missing it. I find myself sitting on the computer and realizing I should have stretched, and I'm like, oh, if I was streaming, I would have the shrimp to remind me. Anyway, I'm so glad you're here.
That's fine.
That's fine. What is this voice line? You know your mom and I would have been happy to pick you up, but you're self-sufficient and responsible. That's okay. What the fuck is this line? What matters is that you arrived safely. Is this a conversation people have? Mom appeared at her side with a nod. Welcome back, kiddos. You appreciated that your parents respected you as an adult, even if Mom still called you kiddo. You figured long ago that you'd always be her kiddo, no matter how grown you became. It was part of the whole parent-child deal with her. Let's hug our moms. Was one of the options, seriously, to give a thumbs up? Can we go back? Wait, there was a way to go back, right?
That's fine.
Wait. Wait. Where are we going? Where are we?
That's
Where
fine.
are we? Where are we? A thumbs up? Let's give them a thumbs up, guys. The stretchy shrimp is definitely my favorite notification in your streams. Mine too. What I like, I wasn't able to figure out when I made it how to make GIFs with transparent background, so it has the annoying background color on the edges of the line art that I've like with, I think it's called chroma key or whatever. Anyway, it's I was thinking like one thing I could do this autumn, because I now seem to have energy to do things again. I was thinking I should try again to figure out how to make transparent background GIFs. Like it's been for some reason it's like I haven't been able to find a program yet that like is able to do that. It should be able. I've seen those GIFs. I've seen that being done. I just haven't had the energy in the past to completely like put the effort into finding out the way, but after that it's gonna be even better. Yay! Mom snorted at your response and returned a thumbs up as well.
Nice.
Nice. I enjoyed the moment. It's always nice when I'm able to come by. Your mom's giggled, pleased. I hope you've both been well. Is everything set up for your anniversary dinner?
No problem.
What are the voice lines they've decided to add to these, like, lines they speak? We're happy to help if there's anything we can do. We've been plenty fine. It's been a little quiet, but that's not a bad thing. Mom placed her arm around Ma's shoulder and gave her a side hug.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about the party. We're just planning to eat at the Cypress. Nothing fancy, which is kind of funny thing to say about a pretty fancy country club. I gotta dip. Have a good rest of the day. Stream. Yay! Thank you. It was lovely to have you here. Why does they speak low? No, but the things they say. It's about the things they say, not the speaking itself. Oh man. The biggest issue has just been making sure everyone can make it for the day. Speaking of which, Liz will be arriving tonight. We're planning on picking her up later. I guess Liz isn't as grown up as Jamie. Mom snickered at her own joke and Ma lightly elbowed her with a barely hidden grin.
Shush.
As I was saying, we could drop you off wherever you're staying. If you don't mind waiting for that. I'm sorry there's no space for you in the house. It's gotten crowded in these old rooms since you and Liz moved out. I don't know where all this stuff keeps coming from. You sure don't, Pamela. Is her like whole name Pamela? How do you even say that in English accent? Or like in English, Pamela? 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 In Finnish it would be just Pamela, but there has to be like some kind of Pamela. I don't know. It's okay. Cove already has a hotel room. I'm gonna be staying in anyway. No wonder they just call her Pam. No one knows. No one knows how to say her name. Cove sent you some pictures of the place when he arrived. Stylish and roomy. It seemed very nice. It was a room with a single king bed. Who the fuck? Actually, I'm not gonna say that because I would probably book a double room. But like, if it's a hotel room, they have big beds, right? Anyway, it's a single king-size bed. We are Jamie and the Cove. He'd claimed that the bed was comfortable, so you had high hopes about that. Though mostly, you were looking forward to having him next to you as you slept once again. His mom smiled, relieved. Claire's already here, isn't she? She directed her question at Cove. He bobbed his head a bit to go along with his reply. Yeah, I heard she made it. She's gonna be staying with Dad while she's in town.
Oh?
What was that raspy oh? Have you gone over and said hello yet? Cove chuckled self-consciously, and this time he shook his head. You raised an eyebrow, since you had figured he would have taken the chance while waiting for you. Not yet. I should go do that now. I just wanted Jamie to be there too. He caught your eyes with an adoring smile. Aww. Mom laughed at that, no doubt thinking that Cove was sweet but ridiculous.
Oh, nice.
It's nice to know your priorities. Oh yeah. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm and shifted on his feet, looking all too much like he did as a kid.
So?
Jamie, do you want to come over to my house now? That's a good idea. We won't be leaving until late evening. You heard Ma, let's go see your parents. I hope the epilogue is just this one day. I hope it's just this one day. I know this game is able to make days really long, but I hope it's just this one day. Cove perked up, excited once more. We'll keep an eye on your things while you're out. There's no reason to be carrying all that around. No, there's not gonna be only one day because we have a hotel room. That's gonna be a whole thing, right? It's gonna be a whole thing. You sit down your bags in the living room, tucked into a corner where they wouldn't be in the way. Cove helped. Your mom waved the two of you off as you walked back to the entranceway. Thanks. See you soon. You waved back and opened the front door for Cove. With that, you were on your way to see Cove's family next. This trip With a special little pep in Co's step. Pep! Pep! A little pep. Who says that? A little pep? I've never heard that. I never read this. Pep in steps. Well, I suppose that just means like it's a little like hurried. I don't know. As he crossed the street to his dad's house together, your spirits were equally high. Doing this, you felt like a teen again. I'm probably gonna end up sleeping like Blackberry soon, but I'll still be here for a few minutes. Yeah, no problem. I don't know what the time is for you, but it's probably late or something, I don't know, but completely understandable. Sleep is important after all. You had known Co's parents for a long time now, when it came to what you called his dad. You were on first name basis with Cliff. Though it was awkward on your tongue at first, it rolled off comfortably now. You appreciated how much he saw you as an adult and friend, not just a kid from across the street. Or his mom. No, but 7 AM. Blackberry and I have the same time zone, I just have a crappy sleep schedule. Lmao. I don't judge though, I don't judge. I've been there, buddy, I've been there. Mom Tree. That's such a weird nickname to give to a person. I'll just call her Kyra. What the heck? She always preferred that even when you were still just a kid. Honestly, you couldn't imagine calling her anything else. Except for sexy. Coco hopped up to the front door and didn't bother knocking. He twisted the knob and it swung open. You don't lock your doors. With a grin, Co gave you a gratified thumbs up. You shook your head in disapproval, but you both knew that you hypocritically supported his behavior. Your dad is lucky we aren't criminals. I heard that, Ryuki. I stand behind my words. He brushed your comment aside and went right into his old home. Cliff was there, standing in his kitchen and babysitting a pan on the stove. He is still looking pretty damn good. His head turned at the sound of footsteps and he brightened instantly at the sight of you both. Cove matched his enthusiasm instantly. If it was anyone else, you would have thought he was lighting up with a childlike joy over seeing his dad again. But since you knew that what Cove was actually like as a kid, you were aware this level of happiness with Cliff was definitely not equivalent to any childhood feelings of his. He looks like a surfer dude you'd see at a wavy beach. I mean, that's basically what he is. I think he has a surfing board store. I think his business is just selling surfing boards in like surfing tourist attraction area. Cliff gracelessly pushed what he was cooking to a different burner and flipped off the heat. He rushed over to you both. Cove flew forward and met him halfway in the hug. Cove squished his eyes shut and held his dad in a tight hug. Cliff soothingly rubbed his son's back. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy. Why am I unable to speak and read? Oh, I've been doing so fine this far. The more of an adult Cove became, the more he turned into a big daddy's boy, it seemed. What the fuck is this phrase? I missed you. I missed you too. It was sweet. And teasing aside, it was wonderful to see them at this place in their relationship after years of struggling to connect. When the hug broke, Cliff hooked an arm around his son's neck. He let out a deep laugh. I still can't believe you outgrew me. I really thought I had that on him after he graduated from high school, but then he just had to keep going. Chuckling, he shook his fist in mock anger. Cove ducked his head and laughed in kind. Sorry, Dad. Oh, that's kind of sweet. And I really like this face Mr. Hoven is making. Holden? I don't know, Holden. He's so cold and you gotta hold him. Hydration time. Cove's cheeks turned pink and he averted his eyes. He was becoming bashful, so he knew he had more he wanted to say. Cove softly added,
That's...
But I was raised really well. His sad expression instantly crumbled with emotion. He sniffled. Hydration then, cause you're a bit thirsty right now. He sniffled. Cove put an arm around him too and tucked him into a side hug. He observed their little reunion fondly, happy to let them enjoy their moment. They were a perfect pair of sentimentality. Cliff eventually turned his attention to you.
Hey.
Jamie, great to see you. Wink, you wink. He pulled away from Cove and approached you with a little wave. He was back to his cheery self. I missed you, Cliff. I kissed him. Oh no, I hugged him. Within seconds you had your arms wrapped around his middle, and Cliff hugged you back just as tightly. There was a quiet sniffle. You breathed a sigh of relief, happy to be home. I missed you too. It never feels right around here if I'm not seeing you both running back and forth across the neighborhood. Cliff cleared his throat, pulling attention to himself. He crossed his arms. But before we get too carried away, it's not a real reunion yet. Kyra's still in the guest suite. I'll go get her. Do we need more hydration time with the thirst here? Maybe another sip of coffee to ground me. More caffeine. He eagerly bolted down the hall, and you could hear every step he took. It ended with a distinct knock. Kyra, they're here. It was only seconds before there was the sound of a door being yanked open. The pounding of feet hitting the wood floor grew even louder this time.
My baby!
Alright, she says this. Yeah, she says this. Next to you, Cove let out a nervous laugh. His parents entered the living room, and Kyra stretched her arms out wide when she spotted you both. Cove went to her easily. She actually looks more like an adult now. You went in for the hug, too. She pulled you tightly into her arms with Cove. You were squished, but felt every bit of love Kyra held in her heart for you both. Kyra looks really... yeah. I think... if it was fuck, marry, kill, I would marry... Ma. Fuck Kyra. And kill Pam. Yeah, so marry Lanny. Lanny is the name. Like, yeah. I really like Lanny. Lanny is nice. Except now that she has cut her hair. God damn it. They always cut their hair. Cove wrapped his free arm around her too. Lol. He rested his head on top of hers and let out a happy sigh. After a moment, Kyra let go and pulled back to get a better look at your faces. She surveyed every inch of them and appeared satisfied. You're both looking well. That's wonderful and just what I like to see.
Thanks.
And hi, Mom. You look great too, Kyra. Wink. One day soon I'll let you in on my secrets. Kyra winked, and you had zero doubts that she held precious knowledge to looking your best. She was stunning every time you saw her. I'd be honored. So what's new? How have you both been? Kyra gave a nod to Cliff to go first. Cheerfully he waved a hand.
No worries.
Oh, same old, same old. Still got the shop, still got my friends and my family of course, and still the most exciting thing around here is seeing who will rent that one free condo. Incredible. I always knew you were such a snorer. They snickered, and you couldn't help but peek at Cove. He rolled his eyes dramatically, drawing out a few giggles from you. But the whole time there was still a happy smile fixed on his face.
Well,
For me, things have been good. I have gotten a lot of interesting assignments lately. Oh, I recently went to Seattle and her twirled a strand of her hair shyly and her mouth curved into a grin. Whatever she was thinking about made her happy. Things have been still going well with that guy from work. But it's still a little early to bring him all the way out to California to meet the family. Cove crossed his arms. He and his family nodded. It was clear she appreciated the acceptance from her 2 boys. I'm really happy for you. I hope he gets the seal of approval when he comes around. Yeah, let's do that. Let's say, I hope he gets the seal of approval when he comes around. You added a thumbs up to keep things light. A smile widened, grateful for your gesture. So that's us. How do you 2 have plans for your first day back? The only thing I have to do is pick up Liz later tonight before we head back to our hotel room.
Great.
He suddenly looked over his shoulder, his eyebrows pushed together. I'm glad you're here, but I just remembered that I was in the middle of cooking something. Only a small cackle escaped you while you fought off the giant grin taking over your face. Meanwhile, Cove erupted in laughter that had his father shaking his head. What is funny about this? What is the funny part? That he's forgot his cooking? I don't know. Let's find out. Go salvage what you can. But he turned off the stove. He placed the pot to another, like, cool area. I don't find what is funny here. So, Code directed the last part to you as he spoke. What? Let's find out. Go salvage what you can. I think it'd be nice to explore the old neighborhood for a while anyway, since we've got the time. Code directed the last part to you as he spoke, hoping that you'd want to go with him. You nodded automatically. You were already looking forward to it. He forgot he was cooking something and probably forgot to turn off the actual oven or burners themselves. But I think he did. That's a perfect idea.
makes sense.
I'll hang it back here, so I won't be a third wheel. And someone's gotta keep an eye on Cliff before he catches the whole kitchen on fire. Mom, you're not a third. Oh, she is. She definitely is. Cove stiffly stuck his arms against his side like a little kid. A small smirk tugged from at Kyra's mouth. She winked. You know what I mean? Have a good one. Is Cove gonna propose? Does Kyra know? I'll see you both later. Cheerily, Cliff waved before going back to his cooking. Cove smiled warmly.
Bye.
Bye, we'll see you soon. Cove trailed behind you as you walked into the welcoming summer sun. He stopped closing his eyes to stretch his arms in the warm rays. Satisfied, Cove turned to you and carefully took your hand in his. Here? On this very pavement? Let's stretch for this. I mean, it's not the most romantic place, but the heat of that was better and more comforting than any ray of sunlight that could shine on you today. Why this Kyra Cove's aunt, mom, or sister? Kyra is Cove's mom. But she was like 17 when she got him or something, I don't know. Or maybe 16, I don't know, 17 or 16 I think. Maybe 18, something, you know, really young. Stepping closer, you squeezed his hand, your mouth curved into a playful smile. Let's get out of here. Let's go. Naturally, you found yourself heading down the road towards the beach. Wow, what an escape. Your spirits rose even higher as you strolled across the stand, heading for the shopping district. No! Let's not go to the shopping district. Okay, guys. Oh, shit. I forgot. Oh, no! Shit, I forgot. Okay, yeah, okay. I need to go to the bathroom. I am gonna make the first thing I'm gonna do probably after I'm done with like making schedules and stuff is making a new toilet break thing. But we are gonna go with this now. and I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get myself water because my throat is hurting. So BRB. My model my model froze. Uh, uh, uh. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. It didn't like being left alone. And she's currently dating someone in Seattle and her ex-boyfriend husband was right there. I know it's healthy they've managed to move on, but I don't think mentioning that was the best idea, lol. I think in the context of previous chapters, it's okay. Like, I don't know, I think it's not that, like, catching us off guard, if you know what I mean. We'll see if my throat actually ditches out faster than anything else about this stream. I really hope we could do this whole epilogue in one stream, but we'll have to see. Naturally, you found yourself alright. We are going to the shopping mall area. Okay. Arriving, you walk past tourists who were taking in the sights of for the very first time. Being a local was a badge of honor you wore proudly. Why the fuck? Yeah, but it's still kind of shocking to me that she'd mentioned that in front of her ex-boyfriend husband. Yeah, but they've kind of built like friendship. Like, you know, I think the idea behind this is like, what I actually do is like, both of my exes are in my friend group and now they're together, but like I come from like a background of where I try my best to make it like work as friends, and it has. Like if you like someone enough to try a relationship, why not after it breaks apart, depending on how it breaks apart, of course, but if it breaks apart, why not try to keep the person in life if you could as friends still be like, you know, having fun together, because there is a reason why you know, fell in love with the person, right? And because, you know, they actively try to participate in Cove's life, they just like, you know, I guess it naturally comes to, you know. And also if they're like future parties, of course their parents are gonna bring their new like new partners with them because they are like part of the extended family, right? Wait, I'm gonna blow my nose. But I guess these things are kind of like a very individual cases. Anyway. You casually walked past the shops. Over the years, some had closed down, but many of the stores were still exactly the same as they were when you were little. I tried that, but it didn't end well, not because of the breakup itself, but because I was ghosted for almost an entire year before she texted out and decided to block me. What the fuck? Yeah, that sounds awful. Yeah, with me and my exes, it was in both cases like, hey, we should break up, or this isn't working out, or we should maybe stop this, and then it's like, yeah, let's do that, and then like talking about like how we are feeling about the situation and what our wishes are and thoughts regarding it, and then in respect towards each other's wishes, we then made adjustments, and then, you know, after like a while, we're able to like in group settings. Like, I have no reason to like hang out with either of them like singularly, but like I'm like every week in contact almost physically with them. Like we are in like that sounds weird when I phrase it like that, but you know, like we have like Pathfinder sessions weekly, and one of them is the DM and one of them is a player, and it's like we go to parties together, like we hold parties and we'll spend the New Year's in our friend group together, stuff like that. Like, I honestly wanted to still have her in my life as a friend, and she even recommended that when we broke up, but then she did what I just said for some reason. That's really sucky, yeah. I'm really sorry for that. Yeah, but I'm like really big advocate for clean, like for first of all communication, but then like in cases where it's possible, trying to maybe be friends, maybe, I guess. Not that you have to do it, but like if it's in your mind, I suppose I like suggest trying it out. Anyway, over the years, somewhere below, Cope snapped his head as far as it could go to one side, so dramatically you couldn't have missed it. Something clearly caught his eye, but you couldn't see it.
Please?
There's a pretzel stand open today. Can we get one? When his gaze found you again, he wore the biggest smile. You chuckled. You nodded happily. You found yourself easily matching the excitement of his face on his face. Yes, because we are people pleasers on this run. We just want everything to go smoothly and perfect, so we are just people pleasing here. You found yourself easily matching the excitement on his face. Poe was thrilled that you wanted to get sidetracked snacking on pretzels with him. You're gonna get the one that comes with the little frosting cup, aren't you? That's right. After that, you both happily made your way over, being pulled in faster by the delicious aroma of the store. Yeah, I get it. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and head to sleep, but I should be awake for the next stream as well. Have a good rest of the stream and day. It was lovely to have you here and hear from you, and thank you for chatting with me, and have a good sleep. Okay. Okidoki. My nose like feels stuffy and I don't like it. And I don't want to make like gross sounds on stream because that's not nice to listen to, right? I feel like I've been thinking about this in this game when they talk about the pretzels. And like what the fuck they mean by pretzels and how do they eat them. Until I saw like this video of this person talking about like it was what is her name? Not her, they. What is their name? I don't remember. But they were talking about like some like pretzel pizza, and I was like, okay. For me, is this because I'm European? I don't know. I instantly think about like German pretzels, you know, those big bready things with salt on top. But when I later saw their video about it, they used like those small, like smaller than cookies sized pretzels in like plastic bag. And I'm wondering, are we talking about the same kind of pretzels in this game? And is that a US thing? Is pretzels just thought as those like small cookie like dry ass fucking things? I don't know how I started the sentence, but do US people like associate pretzel with that? It's odd. I don't know. I don't understand. Or do they actually eat like the bread kind of pretzels with like frosting? Because it's like salt thing. It has salt on it. It blows my mind, and I can't really I can't picture what the food looks like. Okay. With that, he changed course to the pretzel stand for a snack break. Ko was very pleased by the morsel he picked up, and that was good to see. The sun arced across the sky as you... It was this quickly done. I'm so happy. I am feeling optimistic now. If this is the pacing we are going with, we can do this. we are not running against time. We are running against my throat dying. The sun arced across the sky as you went up and down the road as a pair. By the time you returned to the beach, day was beginning to fade into night. Cove kicked his shoes off, tossing them into the sand. He wanted to get his feet wet in the waves as fast as possible. You joined him. In seconds you had your feet set free. Am I gonna say this? Okay, I'm gonna go with this. Okay, one thing I have been playing a lot during my hiatus has been Wuthering Waves. In 2 months I had like over 200 hours in the game. Like in first 2 weeks I already got I don't even know how many hours. Too many. There were like 16-hour days. I was playing in 16 hours. It's insane. My friends sent me messages. Why are you still wuthering? Stop wuthering, Ryuki. You should stop wuthering. Anyway. They released a new character a while ago. But she uses her feet. I don't think I've ever seen as meticulously designed. Meticulously? Is that the word? Wait a moment. I'm looking it up. Meticulous. Yeah, so meticulously designed for gacha gooner beat lovers. It's insane. And I have her. Although I gotta say it's refreshing because she uses her feet instead of her hands, so her like combat movements are refreshingly odd. Like she spins on her hands and stuff. And she's wearing like flip-flops. Or like fancy flip-flops. Sandals, yes. Just came to my mind about free feet. But let's get wet with our boyfriend. Your shoes abandoned in the sand. Kept going until you were ankle deep in the water. Cove sighed contentedly. He followed his line of sight to the setting sun, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. It really feels like summer now. You bore a bent smile when he turned to you. The light illuminated like a halo behind him, and the sight took your breath away. In fact, it's hard to think of anything that feels more perfectly summer than moments exactly like this. Being here at Sunset in Sunset Bird with you. I'm so glad we were able to come visit. I do like our living situation now with just being neighbors, but still. You hummed in agreement. Your heart fluttered the moment you met Cove's eye. Cove's eye? What? He suddenly lost one of his eyes? What? And like another fun fact lore piece just dropped to us. One eye. Your mouth lifted into a pleased smile. This is a wonderful day. You felt elated. You couldn't wait to pick up Liz and be surrounded by your family again. Cove murmured quietly, losing himself in his thoughts again. Shortly after, you saw his hand shoot down into the sand. You stood straight back up with a lopsided smile and got to work brushing the sand off his prize. You knew without a single word, Cove found a new shell for your collection. Oh, we are collecting shells together now. We have like a co-joined collection. That's so cute. I need to stretch on my neck. Why is speaking English so straining? I don't know what I do wrong. I like when I read visual novel games in English, for some reason it makes me hurt. Maybe it's because like I'm looking down and it's an odd angle for me to be in for a long time. If I keep my like head up like this, maybe it helps. Maybe. I stood straight back up with a lopsided smile. Yes, collection. As you wandered down the beach, Cove followed at your side in comfortable silence. Your shadow stretched across the sand like they were leading the way. The only noise you could hear were the soft footfalls of your feet and the waves gently rocking in the shore. For a moment in time, it felt like there were only the two of you in your own little world. Eventually the bubble popped when you realized the phone was going off. It was Ma hoping that you were going to go back soon. Curious, Cove's eyes slid down to your phone. You let your hand fall back down to your side. You held the phone pressed against the palm of your hand. It's Ma. She wants to know when we'll be there. Cove scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. His mouth twitched like he had just a funny thought. He just had a funny thought. Your mom. Dang, parents, always trying to make us come back home before it gets too dark. There's no escape from curfew as long as we're in this neighborhood. It's like we were back into being little kids the moment we set foot up this entrance site. It's incredible. Every time we gather up with my father's relatives, all my uncles and aunt and my father, they all just regress. They become like little kids. They start becoming whiny and they fight with each other. And because we always meet in my grandparents' place, which is where like most of the kids grew up. They have lived there like most of their lives, or all of their lives in a few of the kids' cases. They just regress. It's insane. It's incredible. It's honestly incredible how much they just change in the environment. They just become whiny and want to be pampered by the parents. It's incredible. Cove's nose crinkled in fake disgust and you both burst into a fit of giggles. It'd be nice not to have to worry about bills again. Sometimes. After one last glance, you put your phone away again. Both gave a small shrug. Ready? Yep. Let's go. Together you left the beach, feeling the call of home pulling you forward. The both of you ran off towards your mom's house, leaving the waves behind but welcoming the beginning of summer. Cove and you ran up from the beach, sand flying from your steps in sonic speed. Cove made it to the road first, but he managed to catch up to him by the time you reached the house. It wasn't exactly a race, and yet it also wasn't a competition. Wasn't not a competition. Both of you were laughing by the time you bumbled through your old front door together. You inhaled deeply and shouted loud enough to be heard anywhere in the house. We're here! Your moms were seated in the living room. Their eyes sparkled as they looked on you and your light dusting of sand. Even though I am more comfortable talking louder nowadays in my apartment, I'm still not comfortable enough to shout, unfortunately.
Hello.
Welcome home. Mom leaned forward, eyebrows raised at your jubilant entrance. Entrance. It's entrance. Ma sighed wistfully. This game makes me second guess my English completely. That brings back memories. Cove chuckled shyly as he scratched the back of his head. I hope you're not too late. Nope, you're just in time. Stretch! Raise your hands up in the air. And to the left, and to the right. Oh, it's also hydration time. We're time to drink coffee. I'm not gonna sleep next night, am I? Tonight I'm just not gonna sleep. After the amount of coffee. I was just like prepared because I slept so little last night. I was so sure I would be completely tired. And I was like, I don't want to come back being the old tired self I am. Like my own old self. My own old tired self. So I was like, I'll have coffee. I'll have caffeine. But here I am. Being maybe a little too hyper, but then again, if I don't drink the coffee, it's gonna be a waste, and I don't like cold liquids. I like my liquids room temperature. Ma nodded as she stood up from her seat. She lightly ran her fingers over her clothes to smooth out the wrinkles. It took you a second to remember where you had put your stuff. You needed to get it all in the car so you could get everything back to your hotel. Can I help? You shrugged and directed him to your bags. With Cove, your moms, and yourself on the job, you only took one trip to the car to get everything. Cove firmly closed the trunk and he thanked everyone for their assistance. Of course, kiddo. Come along, last time, let's get in the car. That means you too, Cove. You know you're essentially family anyways. Or soon you will be. Thanks. Exactly. Well said, Jamie. Cove climbed into the back seat with a decidedly touched expression on his face. You got in on the other side. When everyone was situated and buckled, the engine was started and Ma pulled out onto the street. Sometimes I feel like that whoever wrote this game just wanted to have as broad vocabulary as possible, ending up with phrases like map program instead of GPS. Like I know it's nice to try to be fancy with a lot of words and, you know, repetition is bad, but you know. Cove caught you staring at him and gave you a bent smile. He was probably on the same wavelength as you from the sheer mischief in it. There was some light chatting on the drive. No one brought up anything too deep, and it mostly became swapping jokey stories. The entire trip was marked by a heavy sense of anticipation. Everyone was ecstatic to see Liz and hear what she had been up to. I am not. When you near the airport, Ma pulled out her phone to call Liz. Ma followed the signs to the correct pickup area and asked for you to shout if you saw your sister. Yeah, Liz, we're at Wing B. There's a blue sign that says North America.
Alright.
North America, what? Oh wait, if they live like next to Canadian border? I'm not exactly sure where they live. Is it California where they live? And it's not. If it's Seattle, then it is. But I don't know. She says that she's outside right by a yellow truck. I see at least 3 yellow trucks. I think they're doing work at the airport. The back and forth continued with Ma driving around in the wide, circular airport road while Mom attempted coordination with her between her and Liz's location. You leaned forward, peering out the front of the car. A tall, poised silhouette pulled a pale purple roll-along suitcase behind her. It was definitely Liz. She waved at the car. Ma parked along the sidewalk next to her, and Mom put her phone away with a cheer. Mission accomplished, team! Ma excitedly reached over to grasp Mom's raised hand, thrilled that both of her kids were back. What do you mean both? You just earlier said that Cove is one of your children. You should say one of her 3 kids is back. Bro, don't eat your words.
Good job.
That's right. Liz came closer and yanked open the back door beside her. She popped her head into the car, her smile ornery despite how tired she appeared. It must have been a long trip for her, yet her expression was the same familiar smirk that you had grown up with. This has been so far maybe the fastest pace in which I have read anything in my life. Or like at least on stream, like I feel like we're going by so much content in much less time than so far in any of our live streams. Hello children, I'm back. Rude. Liz shrugged, unaffected by a joking accusation. You'll survive. You smiled at her. Let's do that. It was nice to see your sister again. You grinned at her and the curl in her grin softened. I don't fucking care about Liz. I don't care about her. Well, hi to you too, kiddo. I so hope that the cousin is not gonna be here too, Lee. And I swear, I'm gonna throw hands if Terry and Miranda are appearing, and especially if Baxter and then the other guy are also. Like, I don't wanna see any of the people. I don't care about them. Hi Elizabeth, I jokingly huffed at her. You're not children. Whatever you say, baby boy. Baby boy. She turned her gaze back to Mom and Ma. You really know how to make someone feel appreciated. Her spirits were high. You could tell she was just as happy to be here as everyone was to see her. She left the door open but ducked out to walk around the back of the car. She opened the trunk and lifted her luggage in. I'm gonna move your junk, Jamie. I'll keep it in front of my bag so you can get it later. Ma's dropping you off first, right? Yes, but that's not junk, it's important. Liz slammed the trunk closed without responding. There could be an engagement ring. There could be an engagement ring. Liz, think about that. What if you break it? Be careful. Liz swung around to the open door. You noticed that her hair had a few flyaways. Oh, I was like so ready to read that her hair had a few white strands, but no, a few flyaways. No doubt from a long day of traveling. She leaned against the frame of her car. What the fuck am I reading? She leaned against the frame of the car, giving you and Cove a significant look. I'm not sitting in the middle. I already had 5 hours of that nightmare on the flight. There's no way I'm getting in between the two of you. I mean, really? Who would ever want to be the person pulling Cove holding and Jamie lost apart? Cove puffed up indignantly yet again at her classic tease of your relationship. Liz continued along like she didn't notice.
So?
I don't care how you decide who is scooting. I figure you can fight it out somehow. Cove glanced over at you and shrugged. He unbuckled his seatbelt and moved to the middle. Thanks, Cove. No problem. I'm almost disappointed it was so easy. I meant it when I said we weren't children anymore. It's just the middle seat. Liz shrugged, not losing any of her smugness. Keep telling yourself that and I'll keep taking the window seat. This is boring. This is boring. This is unnecessary. I just want to get to the dinner and to the hotel. ASAP. With the window seat open, Liz squished herself into the car and shut the door. Did she also jump in through the window? Damn, these people are weird. Do people in US always jump in through windows? Damn. When everyone was settled, Ma began to pull out.
Let's go.
Liz crossed her legs, compacting herself slightly. She braced most of her weight on the door behind her instead of sitting up straight. It gave her a little more room. Been there, done that, it works. Fantastic. 10 out of 10 can recommend. Hopefully we've finished the journey. This car is almost as old as we are. So what, Liz? So what, you're only like, what, 25?
Now.
And it's still just as good as you are. Oh, what a roast, what a roast. Liz is old goods. If you're equivalent to this junker, okay, I love this old car, let's say that. You had spent hours there sitting in that very seat. It taken you so many different places. The car had good times, bad times, and so much in between. You really hope that it kept running. It'd be bizarre if the car was ever sold. Oh, Jamie. How touching. Mom turned up the radio as Ma merged onto the highway. The station was familiar, the normal soundtrack for when she had driven you and Liz around town. Is that reference to this current soundtrack? Because I don't remember. Liz bounced in her seat, enjoying the classic tune. The song would be old enough to vote at this point if it was a person. That was hard to believe. There's more drilling from my neighbors. I refuse to be bothered. I will refuse to stay quiet because it's 4 p.m. It's okay to talk. If I was living with my partner, we would be talking anyways. If this was a family living in this apartment, they would be talking all day. It's fine. With the conversation livened up, despite it getting later and later in the night. She told you all about her week and all the travel preparations she made. By the time she'd made it to the actual tale of travel itself, Liz started chuckling. On the plane, Liz had sat next to a couple of girls who had talked a lot about how well they could read people. Liz recounted their conversation with her in hilarious detail, as they had apparently tried to guess her occupation after only shaking her hand. Ew, shaking hands? Ooh. Neither of the girls could agree with one another, and Liz had refused to just tell them, yeah, if anyone said that they could read me and then shook hands with me. Telltale sign that it's shit. However, the drive to your hotel was only so long. Eventually your group arrived. You yawned and got out of the car when it stopped. Cove clambered out after you. Liz gave a loud sigh of relief at all the extra space she found herself with. You and Cove grabbed the luggage and then waved off your family after you said your goodbyes. After they left, you and Cove went to go find your room. You scanned the keychain to unlock the off. We are in the hotel? I thought we were going to the dinner. I was reading without thinking about what I was reading, you know? I was just reading words. I didn't comprehend what they meant. We're in the hotel. Well, isn't that something? That is a really nice lamp, though. Like, I don't like the upper part, but the lower part is nice colors. Looks like ceramic. Ceramic? Ceramic. Okie dokie. So today we're gonna be in the hotel. And tomorrow is gonna be the dinner. Shit. You know what this means? The stream is gonna be long! You scanned the keychain to unlock your hotel room. It sounded out a soft beep, and you turned the handle of the door. The door creaked open, then you craned your head in to take a look. The first thing you noticed was the large king-sized bed in the middle of the room. It was a prim, modern-looking space. It seemed clean and smelled faintly like floral air freshener. A smile played on Cole's face as he watched you take in the space. The bed's nice, huh? Which one of us is gonna use it? You burst out laughing. How hilarious. That was a joke. Can we please share the plate? Oh, how eager. Yes. Thanks. I got a good hotel, didn't I? Thanks for handling this. No problem. He beamed, glad to have your appreciation. Aww. It's important to be appreciative. I try my best, and it's quite easy with my partner. Hehe, partner if you're watching the VOD. It's really easy to be appreciative. It's not even an effort. You and Co continued to chat as you settled in. You unpacked some of your stuff and checked out all the room's amenities. I mean, of course, like, when one is tired or, like, having a bad day, then of course it's like, it's a more self-centered moment, but, like, generally, in good mood. Co pointed out the mini fridge and started puzzling over what food could be ordered to the room. They have money to order food in the hotel room during busy time in tourist attraction site? What? Wow, okay. However, the fact was you both were exhausted. It didn't take too many yawns before you both changed into your pajamas and called it a day. You had to hunt along the wall to locate the light switch. When you finally found it, you flicked it off with a sense of triumph. I'll show you triumph. You turned your hair. Okay, now that I'm used to his face with the glasses, this is odd. Now I see the hair. The hair was covering the eyeglasses, but now now it's not doing any job anymore. And now it's just plainly there, and I'm unsatisfied. But it's fine. It's fine. We accept Cove as Cove is. We appreciate Cove as he decides to be. You turned your head over to Cove, who stood behind you in his pajamas. He was cozy and comfortable, but the pieces didn't match. You never minded that. We should get some sleep. Yeah, right. Cove smiled a soft expression that was adorable.
Alright.
Okay, let's go to sleep. Despite saying that it was bedtime, Cove took a step forward towards you. He wrapped his arms around your back and you leaned into his embrace. Then he lifted you off your feet. What? Nani? Still not putting it down, Cove promptly dropped himself backwards. The both of you crashed onto the tight sheets of the whole bed. You laughed the entire time. Cove bounced on the landing and absorbed most of the impact. You laid on his chest, feeling a little jostled. You're an absolute madman, you teased. Holy shit. Why am I feeling bashful about this? You shook your head, jokingly. His laughter turned into a snort. What does a snort sound like? I'm having too much fun with this, it's dumb. He smiled up at the ceiling, a thought clearly crystallizing. My dad used to do that kind of thing to me when I was little. Sorta. Nostalgia was clear in his voice. It was a fond memory and you felt something warm in your chest. Oh my god, my throat hurts. I'm trying to lubricate it with water. I should have bought my... Maybe after the stream I'll go buy myself like some... You know those pastilles? That like help with your throat? I'll go buy those. Yeah, definitely. You made a small noise of understanding that turned into a yawn. When you Cove yawned in return, you pulled at the sheets until you were actually under the blankets. Seems 4 style. No, don't hit me with interesting information. But I wanna know. I wanna know. I wanna know why pigeons are called pigeons when they're actually doves. But I also wanna stuck my tongue at him playfully. Well, the latter one I can Google. The latter one I can Google, so we stuck our tongue at him playfully. Cove snorted and scooted up so that he was more propped up on his pillows. Oh, I read this as then you shot him with a creepy grin until I read it was actually sleepy. Kiss his nose. Let's tease him a little bit. You rolled and propped yourself up on your elbows so that you could curve a quick peck on the nose. He beamed back at you, obviously enjoying his goodnight kiss. No! 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 He didn't take the bait. I thought that it'd be a little tease and then he would kiss me in the lips. I mean Jamie on the lips. No! No! No, you don't wrap your arms around us and snuggle us next to you. Next cove. In the cove. I'm fucking hell. He let out a contented breath. You reached out to hold Cove on the one arm, and then used your other hand to comb through his hair. The two of you relaxed into one another, and you knew neither of you would want to be anywhere else. Is this really it? Is this the so long-awaited hotel night? Should I put the shrimp a little louder? I barely hear it. I hear it, but only barely, so I'll put it a little louder. Henley's and everyone else are gonna be here in Sunset Bird again. I was staring at all the scene. Well, fuck off. What is the log saying? I can't believe we're really here. You and Liz and everyone else are gonna be here in Sunset Bird again. Not are gonna, we are. Bruh. Get your tense right. I was staring at all the scenery going by while we were driving here, and it honestly felt like we never left. He ran a hand down his face. I mean, in some ways it feels like it's been ages and everything is different. But some of that is definitely because I'm staying at a hotel instead of being in my room at Dad's, but yeah. Let's go with it's exciting. Cove nodded. He understood completely. I'm looking. A yawn forced an interruption into the statement. Cove was undeterred. I don't know how to do a yawning sound. No. No. How do you do a yawning sound? Maybe something like that. I'm looking forward to this. He tucked his head into your neck. You felt his lashes flutter close against your skin. Oh, I love the feeling of lashes on skin. It tickles a little bit, but I think it's so sweet. It's such a delicate part of a human's body, so it's like really cute. It's like cute to feel lashes against skin. Same here.
See you tomorrow.
Jamie. You know, I am to this day disappointed that we picked the only voiced name with the promise of it being voiced that we had available, and it has not been voiced. It hasn't been voiced. Not a single time has anyone said our name aloud. It's disappointing. His words were a whisper you barely heard. It might not even have been that exactly. You might have just been guessing. Cove always had a habit of mumbling. It was okay either way, whether you heard it or only thought you heard. The sentiment was true regardless. Cove would see you tomorrow when he opened his eyes and sunlight returned to your hometown of Sunset Bird. You comfortably drifted off to sleep and eagerly awaited seeing Cove tomorrow as well. Your eyes gently open to see a dim and familiar ceiling. You recalled where you were, a hotel. That is such a boring night. I'm disappointed. I'm utterly, deeply disappointed. That was all. That was all they were offering. And this is one of the last nights before we get engaged. Are we even gonna get engaged? Are we gonna leave Sunset Bird still being just boy fees? What a disappointment this game is. You recall where you were. A hotel room. Unfucked. Yawning, your muscles felt relaxed and warm enough that sleep threatened to pull you under again. Morning. Cole's voice brought you back to consciousness. The heat made sense now. You knew the comfortable weight against you was your boyfriend. His arm was draped around you and his fingers were lightly drawing shapes on your pajamas. You twisted over to face him fully. Aww, morning. Did you sleep well? I did. The expression on his face softened with a content sigh. You felt his index finger lightly trace out the shape of a heart. There's nothing but good dreams when you're around. Aww, aren't you a flatterer? Trying to make up for being unfucked, huh? Squeezed him adoringly in your arms, snuggled against his chest, played with his hair, gently kissed him, soft breath. Let's snuggle against his chest. Pushing into him, you squished your face into his chest. The air knocked from Cove's lungs. The air knocked from Cove's lungs came out in a light chuckle. Cove closed his eyes. His hand found the middle of your back again and he held it there, enjoying the closeness for a moment. Neither of you were making any moves to get up and actually start the day. It was sweet and comfortable to be wrapped up in Cove. Aww, you could indulge just a little longer. Eventually enough time flew by, but there really weren't any minutes to spare. There were too many people waiting, so you both crawled out of the sheets together. Actually, I think like the longest it has taken for me and my partner to get up and out of bed was like maybe 4 hours. Maybe longer. It was long. We even had like plans of making food and all. Like, we were having plans because we had a schedule. So we were supposed to like make food to go, but we just ended up playing around for 4 hours. Maybe longer. But those are really nice. It's really nice when you can just like loiter around without like any pressure to get up and just like enjoy it, you know? Cozy, you know? Except like my bed has like this hard on kind of mattress. It's like really hard. For me it's fine, but my partner for some reason they're like they go numb when they lay on it, so they are not having as comfy time there as me. Eventually, standing up, Cove took a few seconds to stretch. Good reminder to stretch. I've been kind of massaging my like neck this whole time because it helps a little bit with the speaking. Because for some reason, whatever reason, my neck gets just hurt when I speak. He glanced over at you with an animated expression. I'm really looking forward to your mom's anniversary dinner tonight. It's gonna be fun. I think so too.
I mean,
this whole trip is great actually. Being here with everybody is like having another chance at being a child. We can do all the stuff we used to and all the things we never did but wanted to do. Yeah, the world is our oyster, Cove. How does it go? The world's my oyster, I'm the pearl, an ordinary girl. Jumping up on the bed, you stood in a power stance in the center. We run the course of our lives. We're in control of our destinies. Exactly. Wait, how does it go? I got special power that I am afraid to use. How does it go? How does it go? I got the special power that I'm not afraid to use. So come on, this is our adventure. This is our fantasy. We're living in the ocean, being wild and free, or something like that. No, I'm not doing this again. I've done this before. I'm not doing it again. But we'll better get back to it, right? We got a pretty full schedule ahead for us. Of us for your mom's big day. Yes, you smirked. So much for being a kid. So many responsibilities. I don't think seeing our friends really counts as responsibilities, Jamie. Shit. You know what I'm gonna do? I have the liberty. I can skip the friends. I'll just like speed run it, okay? I'll speed run it. Late laughter and chatter filled the air the entire time. Bags were packed and phones were sought after. You suddenly tossed Kofi's phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You handed Kofi's phone when he hadn't been able to find it. You slapped Kofi's butt as he stepped past you. What are these options? What are these options? You somehow lost the single sock, but Ko found it behind the headboard. You shook your head at Ko when he ran a hand through his hair instead of brushing it. What is up with these options? Of course we slap his butt. Ko let out a small yelp. Oop. But what is that yelp? Oop. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about yelp, I can't come up with one, so I'm not doing one. You met his eyes with an impish grin, and he shook his head.
Oh.
Careful. His shyness melted away as he put himself inches from you. You must have to do something to return the favor. You raised your hands in playful surrender. His mouth bent into a pleased smile. What? This game is avoiding all intimacy like a plague. It's just nope. Nuh-uh. Not going there. There was nothing else stopping either of you now. In minutes you was hopping into your ride and heading back into the neighborhood. What do you mean? Exactly, there's nothing stopping either of you. Just do it. Why are you in the car now going to meet your stupid friends? Who fucking cares about those stupid ass friends? It was almost beautiful day. It was another beautiful summer day in Sunset Bird. You couldn't resist rolling the window down so you could absorb it all during the drive. Cole sat across the seat from you, near the opposite window. His gaze was locked outside, catching all the old landmarks the vehicle was passing. I'm getting hungry. Your spirits rose even higher the moment you made it home once more. Shit, are we are actually not fighting against time, we are fighting against my body. My body is sending me cues and I choose to ignore it. Eagerly hopped out of the car and let yourself inside. Your moms knew you were going to be there that morning. But the second you made it past the threshold, an excited scream nearly scared you out of your shoes.
Hi!
Is that Lee? Damn, she has changed. Do you remember what Lee looked like? This is so different. I hate the jeans. The jeans look awful. Like, the middle part looks awful. Why is that there? I don't know. Otherwise the jeans are nice. They're ripped. Nice. high-waisted, crop top, check. Cool ass stuff, check. Nice hair, check. A lot of bracelets, check. Nice job, Lee. That's a glow up, except for the middle part of the jeans. Now, Jamie, you're here, and guess what? I'm here too. While your heart's rate settled, a broad grin quickly took over your whole face. Since your cousin moved out of her on her own, you'd noticed that she really found her own groove. She was still the same loving person she'd always been on the inside, but she expressed herself in new ways. I think this is a glow up. Lee was strong, kind, and smart. Over the past 2 years, I hate this song. I hate this song. And let's, by the way, let's save. Over the past few years, she'd graduated college with a degree in history. History? I remembered it wrong then. Okay. The last you heard, she was pursuing her dreams, working towards getting into the music industry. Lee! Excited, you shouted just as loudly as she did. Lee hugged you tightly, nearly knocking you off your feet. Lee leaned to the side and to glance past you and meet Cove's eye. What is it up with Cove's eye? Is there like actually some unmentioned secret lore that Cove has only one eye and that the other one is prosthetic? Like, what is up with this? The grin on her face widened while she waved. Hi, Cove. Hi, nice to see you, Lee. I got in practically at dawn. It was a whole thing, but at least I made it here alive. Lee exhaled and slumped her shoulders to emphasize how exhausting the ordeal was. Behind her, Liz made her way over. She crossed her arms at the scene. I'm here too, in case you were wondering. Nope. The popped loudly. You watched Liz's narrowing stare at you, teasing. The demure smile on her face didn't change. I'm not teasing. I'm honest. I don't care. You can't just say hello. Nice to see you or miss me like a normal sibling, can you? Can't you greet us like a normal person, Lizzie? Jeez, what a tough crowd. Still the same old Jamie, I'm glad you're home. Another friendly shout rang out in the living room. It was as cheery as it ever was from the many times you've heard it over the years. Oh, it's okay. I was afraid it's the friends. Ma, okay, Ma. Okay, good morning, family. Your parents both came out from the side hall together. Morning.
Well?
Now that everyone's here, I do have a little something to mention. Ma put her hand lovingly over her wife's. Mom leaned her head into Ma's with matching affection. We're all still having dinner together, but Pam here actually made plans to take me to a brunch to celebrate our anniversary. Just the two of us. Please, she hooked an arm around Ma's face.
Sorry.
To push you out, but I'm sure this group of mature grown-ups will be able to entertain themselves for an afternoon. We don't need to find a babysitter and... Oh, Jamie and Cove, I have the perfect activity for you. And it's gonna take the whole afternoon.
Totally.
Exactly, it's gonna take the whole afternoon. Yeah, have fun, mums. Don't worry about it. We can survive. Cool. Shit. Now we come to this part. Your 2-year school friends still lived around the area. They knew you were coming for your mom's party. But when or how you might arrange to see each other wasn't set in stone.
Sounds good.
We should call them. No.
Alright.
Oh no. Is there a way for me to choose not to do this? I have some people I'd like to say hi to as well. Liz had her cell phone in hand, ready to get her plans made before she was even done speaking. Arcing an eyebrow, she then directed the next part at Lee. Did I say Lee had her cell phone or Liz? Whatever. Would you want to come along? We've missed out on a lot of cousin bonding time in the past.
Yeah!
I'd love to. It would be an honor to hang out with you, Liz. Yeah, fuck off. Lee would be missed among your friends. No, she is not gonna be missed. Excellent, it's settled. Ma squeezed her wife's hand. Her gaze took in the whole room, ecstatic to leave the house full again. Today is going to be perfect.
Yes.
I think so too. I truly couldn't be happier with my wife, my children, and our whole beautiful family. It's already a wonderful anniversary. That's kind of cute though. This is kind of, it's heartwarming. This kind of reunion of all these people together. There were awesome sweet comments from the group gathered around the complete couple of the hour. Seeing how your moms were, you couldn't help but hope that when you got to be their age, that you could be as proud of your life as them. But most attention then fell on you, and the look on her face twisted mischievously as shiver shot down your spine. This is a very good time of the year for a marriage, don't you think so? Ma, whatever do you mean? With snickers, all eyes eagerly slid over to you and Co. Shocked at her implication, his cheeks burned red. There was no missing the meaning in Ma's words. She was clear as a bell, and she knew it. Your mind... This is so much text, I'm overwhelmed. Your mind leapt to the plan you'd been creating. You had been making moves in that direction. You wondered if Cove agreed with Ma's words. You'd been hopefully waiting for him to ask. Your mind leapt at those words. It wasn't something you'd planned on, but maybe she was right. You realized recently you were happy with the relationship you had. You didn't want anything else now. That last option is trash. The second last option is trash. But the question is, do we want to be proposed to, or do we want to propose? I prefer to be proposed to. Because I don't want to do it. But my my snake bite got stuck into the glass. But we have been playing as Jamie. We should not forget the character we play, because it is important to remember that this is not self-import. So I'd say Jamie has plans that are coming into fruition. Fruition? Is that what you say? Right now your focus and excitement was on your mom's upcoming celebration. Once that was over, though, yeah, that's polite. Do not steal the spotlight. I've seen some clips. It's unbelievable. I want to believe they're staged, but people like actually ruining some other people's celebrations by their own announcements. It's like, don't turn the attention to yourself, bruh. Now is not the time. You know? Okay. Have we bought a ring? We're not we don't know how to... Could Jamie make a ring? I mean, it's nicer when it's self-made. But when I think about Jamie as a character, let's stretch. Would he be making a whole ass fucking ring? A durable ring at that? Like, you know, if it's not durable, then it's gonna break easily, because it's, after all, an engagement ring people usually tend to wear all the time. Huh. Should we throw a die? Let's let the dice decide. I'm gonna throw a 1d10. And if it's a pair, like an even number, then it's self-made. An even number is gonna be self-made, okay? It's 1, so we bought it. We don't care that much about curve. We bought it. No, Jamie was just so excited to get married that he just went and bought the first thing, not the first thing, but ASAP, a ring. For a split second you peeked at I wonder this all the time, by the way, like, when people propose and try to keep it a secret, like with a ring, when do they measure the, like, partner's finger? Like, do they, like, sneak during the night, or do they just throw a guess? Or do they just get whatever ring and then afterwards, what is the protocol? Like, do they just like get a random size and then like later on make adjustments? Or do they like I don't know. I think I somewhere have seen or read like about a person like measuring with a string, like they when the partner is sleeping, like put a string around their ring. But I don't know. Like, I wonder how many surprises have been ruined by a partner waking up to their fingers being measured. It's like, I don't know. This is a logistical question I don't really understand. It's easy, of course, if your partner wears rings, but if they don't wear a ring, then it's difficult, right? For a split second, you peeked at Cove out of the corner of your eye. He wasn't breathing. He died! The truck got him. The palms of your hands were sweaty, and you desperately hope you didn't give it away too soon. The ring looked like... We get to decide? We can't decide the material though. Maybe there's a DLC. Change color. Oh. Platinum, what the fuck? I mean, I like this better, but when I think about like classical engagement rings, I don't know why I think they are gold. I don't know why. Did my parents have like golden rings? I don't think so. I think they had like gray rings. I don't know what material they were made of. This is aesthetic. This is my aesthetic, so... Platinum. We fucking rich, boy. We are so rich. Platinum ring. Let's go with simple one. But then again, it's Cove. But I hate these. I hate all these designs. All the designs are horrible, but this is best. Like, I would wear this anyway, but that's the problem. It's so mundane. It's not gonna like stand out that much. Except Cove doesn't wear rings, but still. This has like a little wave kind of thing going, which kind of works for Cove. But I just think like, what kind of ring goes with it? Because this is engagement ring. There's gonna be possibly another ring. Like, that's the protocol, right? We are playing by the protocol. So what ring goes with this? Like, this takes already so much space. So let's just go with the plain one. But that's so boring, though. This is like it has the pearl. It's like you're the pearl inside the oyster. I'm the pearl. No ordinary girl. Kind of the situation. But I think we go with this. Yeah, let's go with this. Go. Yeah, done. When the moment came, you were going to do something special before popping the question. Let's do that. And until then, you'd have to keep your feelings on the inside. You caught Cove shyly rubbing at the slight scar that was still visible on his arm. It would be so fucking funny if he said no. His stuttering never quite reached full sentences. It instead turned into silence. Cove's brain was shutting down. Been there. Done that. It's insane, by the way. Like, this is the first time I have, like, mentioned my partner. No, actually, no. No, I'm wrong. But this is the first time I've, like, introduced a partner to people in my life, and I thought I would not be the subject of this kind of treatment, even in jokes. Like, my aunt was joking with me. I think she's a millennial. She was joking, but she was like, when are you gonna get married? When are the kids coming? And I was like, what the fuck? I never imagined myself being in this kind of situation. I was shutting down, my brain was shutting down, like, this is not part of the script I was prepared for in this social situation. And then I think it was with my grandmother who was like, well, have you thought about kids? And I was like, no. But that's like a grandma thing. We have talked about it before too, when I was still single. You know, it's still, in that sense, phenomenally, I have been saved. Like, I've been like, how do you say? Not saved from it, but like, how do you call it? There's a word for it. Spared. I've been spared from it, but it did happen once, and it came so. I was caught so off guard. I was shutting down. I was like, eh? And it was unbelievable. I was you, my dear aunt. I thought you were cool. I thought you were a millennial. What are you doing? But then she like was like, hey, it's a joke. Yeah. Now I'm hearing my neighbors. Let's be quiet for a while. I think they're gone. Okay. Ma had sympathy for him.
There.
You don't have to say anything. It's just a little thing to ponder. Oh, shut up. At that, Co's mouth snapped shut. With a stiff nod, he creakily glanced at you. If it was only the two of you here, you got the impression he would have had something to say. Maybe he actually still proposes to us. For now, a meaningful look was all there was. Right then, let's get back to what we were doing. After that, you enthusiastically began setting up plans to meet up with your friends. Co was also speedily sending text messages since you conveyed the plans to Terry and Randy. You imagined that he was letting his parents know about what he was gonna be up to. The group continued to chat and catch up until it was time for your mom's brunch and your big meet up with your friends. I hope it's fast. Soon enough, everyone was out the door looking forward to the fun-filled afternoons and the dinner later that night. Once outside on the neighborhood street, you looked the curve. He stood at your side with a bent smile. Terry and Randy were driving into town while you and Co were traveling on foot to meet them at an easier-to-reach spot. Man, we really are kids in Sunset Bird again. Having to rely on other people who actually have cars to really get anywhere. Now we're stuck walking to whatever is nearby. No, we're reverting back to infancy. A snort was followed by true laughter from Curve. Teasingly, you pouted. Oh, I've been drawing such cute drawings of my pot. This is another thing. I've started to draw more again. And I've been just drawing my partner. And some of the drawings are just adorable, but I don't want to show them because first I don't have their approval, but second of all it's based on what they look like, and I don't know if they want to be shown on stream in that sense. But some of them are so adorable. I actually have my own drawings for the first time in my life as my desktop background image, because it just, they're so adorable. They're like pouting a little, like bashfully pouting. It's so adorable. It's so cute. I can stare at it the whole day. Easily, I could just get lost staring at it and thinking how cute they are. You know? Oh my god, I am such a soft gay nowadays. I'm such a softy gay. I'm just a softie nowadays. It's horrible. My ego is shattering. I'm no longer cool. I'm just a softie. Anyway. He shrugged, he then stuck his pants in pockets. The thought of being little again made you shiver. I couldn't go back to that. I like being me currently.
Me too.
I like current you too. It would be odd. It would be creepy if you didn't like the current one. Current Jamie. You bounced forward several steps and shot Cove a playful look over your shoulder. With that, the two of you began your trip down the old road. It was a casual stroll into town, and before you knew it, you were at one of the large parking lots. So is this where you hang out? You reunite with your friends and you go to a fucking parking lot? It was the one that used to have the little crepe stall. You hang out in a fucking... Okay, wait, it's US. This is normal there, probably. A lot of people make videos inside cars, so maybe they also hang out with in parking lots, I don't know. Remembering the delicious smell, you got lost in thought. The store did well enough that it moved into a full-sized building a couple of years ago now. You had seen pictures. It was very cute. Oh my throat! The parking lot was now just, well, an empty lot that cars could theoretically park in. Not many took the offer. Cobb pulled out his phone, texting Terry and Randy in a group chat to let them know you'd made it. Someone must have answered already because Cove gave you a status update while still staring at the screen. Randy said, "I can see you." Over. The blare of a car horn cut you off. You and Cove both turned towards the source of the noise.
Hey, buddies!
Your friends had arrived, making a spectacle of it, as expected. Being the only car meant they got to pick the... What the fuck is this saying? Being the only car meant that they got the pick of the lot, so they pulled to a stop in front of you. The window closed back up, and instead the two front doors popped open. Terry and Miranda. Yay! Oh, she looks really nice though. She looks really nice. I love what they have been doing with the hair, and I love the shirt. It's really nice. With a cheery wave, Miranda skipped towards you. Terry, on the other hand, walked speedily over to Cove, squeezing him into a hug. A quiet laugh escaped Cove, along with the majority of the air in his lungs. He didn't fight the constriction, but instead gave Terry's back a pat. Olio. Okay, that's cool. That's a cool hairstyle. That's nice. A little trans mask representation. Always appreciate it. Actually, a while ago, someone released this video on YouTube talking about, like, I think the title is "No One Cares About Trans Men." It was really good, and it's like every time people talk about trans issues or trans people, or even like show a trans person or imagine a trans person or try to include a trans person, it's always, or almost always, a trans woman, more specifically, and really rarely. Like, I think the rarest is like non-binary trans femmes, but like still, it was a really good video. I really liked it, and the comment section spoke for the video's title. Like, a lot of people felt like validated with it. So it's nice to have like some trans masks in games too. When he let Cove go, Terry came right up to you. He held his fist up for you to bump it. You waved. You waved. That's awkward. You fist bumped him. You pressed forward, meeting Terry's knuckles with a light boop. He greeted you with a satisfied grin. It felt so nice to have your friend group reunited as adults. Terry was currently a full-time lifeguard down at the busier beach a town over. You were proud of him. He'd helped a lot of people in his line of work. And in recent years, you and Terry were able to form an even closer bond. It was reassuring to have a friend who knew what it was like to go through changing parts of their identity. Oh wait, right, because we changed Jamie from non-binary to guy, because I don't know. I don't remember the reasonings behind these changes, honestly. You could go to him for understanding. Yeah, no, actually, not actually. Miranda got two Cove's hand and one of yours in her other. Her eyes alight, she gave you both a gentle squeeze.
So great.
Hi, Terry. Hi, Miranda. He answered assuredly. It was clear that he was equally glad to see them. This reunion was long awaited. For a while, Miranda had been working hard as an assistant at a school. Coolio, a small online shop selling crafted knickknacks she made. Coolio. You look so cute. Oh, stop that. The pink in her cheeks deepened at your compliment. I mean it. He knew how full Miranda's plate had been for a while now, but despite the busy schedule, she really did take the time to put together a fantastic look. Yeah, she did. Hydration time. More coffee. I swear there's not even that much coffee. It's a normal cup size. This is not the liter cup. This is a normal cup size. Like maybe 2.5, 3 deciliters. So how have you been?
Nice.
Nice. Everything is perfect.
That's cool.
You are sparkling. Everyone is super. Things have been unbelievable. They are being cutesy. Your friends made a wonderful couple. They knew each other well and care about each other so much. It was a shock. Cove then pulled his phone out and peeked at the screen. He repeated the motion every so often. He raised a curious eyebrow at his unusual behavior. Ko was too focused on whatever he was doing to even notice you noticing him, which was even strange. He's like ordering a ring. Is there like a Uber for deliveries of like items? There must be. He's like Ubering a ring ASAP to proposes now. Is that what's happening? Is there anything either of you want to do while we're here? Any place you want to see? No, I think the parking lot is amazing. I think this is all there is actually. I think this is the most fantastic area to be in. You know, I feel so content here. So much at home. I'd be up for a lot of things, but actually there is something that I want to do right here. Miranda met your eye, silently asking, why is it always in singular? Miranda met you. Did we lose an eye as well? What is this lore? Did we both lose a singular eye and we both have like suddenly like a prosthetic eye? Or what is happening here? Suddenly asking if you have any idea what Ko was talking about. You shrugged. I just want to see my friends. Huh. Oh, you're already doing that.
Well...
True, but I could be doing it even more. No, shit, no. You, Terry, and Miranda all turned to Ko with identical incredulous expressions. His stare moved to a point past the tree and you heard the scrape of sand and gravel underfoot. Someone else stepped into the parking lot. Startled, you jumped at the call of a warm voice shouting over.
Sup, guys and gals?
Do you remember when he was still a small kid? Ayo, what the heck? That voice is so deep. That voice caught me off guard. What the heck? Running a hand through his hair, the person who crossed the lot was unmistakably Derek Suarez. He was beaming the whole way. What the fuck? It's been too long, even though it hasn't actually been that long, but long enough. Wave. Stunned, the only thing you could think to do was wave hello. Amused, Derek bashfully scratched the back of his neck and waved with his other. Oh, I bet he had like a secret crush on us, right? Because I think there is like Derek DLC, like dating Derek. And I was kind of interested in the contents, but when I read the comments on like Steam page, people said that it's mostly like the same kind of shit of like spending time with his family and friends, and it's not actually like alone time with Derek. So I skipped that.
I missed you.
I can't. It's too deep. It's too deep. He spoke to you gently. You were thrilled just being there. You reunited with him. Derek was a good friend of yours, and he had been for a long time. Hey. Stretch time. And I need to use the toilet again, unfortunately. So I'm gonna do just that. I've been hydrating so much.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm back. Somehow I accidentally also muted the game. I'm flabbergasted, if that's the right word to use. Anyway, I guess this is the friend group. Sheepishly, Cove looked back at you and the others. That's when it clicked in your mind. It wasn't his parents that he was texting earlier. It was Derek the entire time. Shit, so he wasn't ordering a ring on Uber. God damn it, Cove. Derek is in town for a few months to help my dad and his dad with some work. Right, because Derek's dad is having like a business with Cove's dad, right? Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too, but I'm still involved. Oh, should I read it? Yep, I'm working on my own business thing too. But I am still involved with running the scuba shop when it's called for.
Very nifty.
Oh, Derek elbowed Curve.
So?
Oh my god, I can't. Why is it so deep? What's the plan? Let's hit the town. Eager to get going, everyone piled into Jerry's car. The rest of the afternoon was spent visiting spots all over the Sunset Bird, laughing and reminiscing the whole. Fuck yeah, we don't have to actually do it. Once it started to get. Oh yes! Thank the shrimp! Once it started to get late, Terry brought you and Cove back to the neighborhood. You didn't have to walk there after all. You didn't get out until promises were made to see each other again before the trip ended. That's it? That's it? Did the what was I about to say? Did the writers actually pick up on the fact that no one cares and actually like skipped it over? Side by side, you and Cove stood in the street and waved at the car as it drove away. Terry tapped the horn for 2 honks while Miranda stuck her hand out the window to wave back. You caught Derek in the back window, giving you both a wide grin. Sighing, as soon as the car turned down another street, they were finally out of sight. Well, that was one party. Time for another. Ready to go see your moms? Always, let's go get the celebration going. You shimmied a bit right there in the street for added emphasis. He looked at you amusedly and rolled his eyes.
Come on.
Let's go. Spirits high, you and Cove crossed the distance to your house. It was almost time for the anniversary dinner. I wonder, like, does our ma have, like, constant constipation? Or why is she always holding her stomach? Like, she's always holding her stomach. Like, what is going on with that? What's up with that? Like, I don't know. It just bothers me somehow. Suddenly it bothers me. Anyway, it barely stepped over the threshold of the condo before Ma descended, eagerly welcoming you both. The usual greetings were followed by questions on everyone's well-being, after which the conversation moved on to excited chatter about tonight's dinner plans. Cove excused himself to the restroom to freshen up before being on the move again. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I despise it. What is that? What is that? What is that? Cove. Cove. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What is that? What is that? What is this outfit? Cove. Cove. He never grew out of the phase. He never grew out of the phase of having unbuttoned shirts. Already in middle school. I don't know who taught him that. I don't know where he learned it. From some unresponsible adult. What the fuck? Where did that come from exactly? From what trash bin did you find this from? I packed it with me so I could get dressed before the dinner without having to go back to the place. Didn't you? Or maybe you have stuff here at your mom's place? Oh, no, Cove, I didn't do that. Huh. What? Your mom's party? It's at the country club. And that's also where Liz took golf lessons. But everyone is there in their Sunday best. It'd be different if we were going to one of the club's parties, but we're only going for a regular meal. Cause why is there this little communication about the plans? Cause as before, like, did no one ask, like, did no one check, like, what he was holding in hand when he was like, I'm gonna change my clothes for better ones, you know? He threw his arms up, desperate for understanding.
Seriously?
Can you not dress nicely for a country? I can't comment, because country clubs are not a familiar concept to me. I know about them, but like details and particularities about them are like vague to me. I don't think the cypress is as special as you've decided it is. You saw Ma, she wasn't in formal clothes, and she's one of the guests in honor. Guests of honor. His frown wobbled and his cheeks became far pinker. He looked down at his old self regrettably as he pulled at the cuff. Like, you can change the shirt. It doesn't take more than 3 buttons to unbutton it anyway. Also, it looks like he has a 6-pack where his chest is. What is he packing, Ayo? He seemed like like a scolded child and a grown man dressed for but latest charity. Oh, he tried. I thought she was gonna get changed while you and me were. I love how much of an idiot you are. Sorry, I'm eating my own lip. I'll stop doing that. This is Jamie. This is not self-import. This is not self-import. You are such a cutie. What a loving, lovely and adorable outfit. Cove could only sigh, fully embarrassed. Cove's eyes stole a glance at the hall as if he was calculating if he'd have time for another quick change. Unfortunately for him, it was not meant to be. The time to head out came far quicker than you'd expected. Cliff and Kyra I mean, okay, Cliff is also in a buttoned-up shirt, as horrible as Co's. That does not fit him at all. It doesn't fit. It's horrible. What is going on here? Cliff and Kara swung by the condo to make sure everything was in order, and for your second surprise that night, Cliff was also in formal clothes. I mean, honestly, if it's an important anniversary, I would dress up in nicer clothes, though. So I don't think it's that, like, odd. I think it's really a reasonable conclusion. I'm horrified by the choice of clothing. Is this their Sunday best? Oh. The tube man pointed at one another. All I can see in my head is the meme image, or the image of 3 Spider-Man pointing at each other. See, he knows. Exactly, sport. Kyra was talking to me like I was crazy. The aforementioned Kyra placed a hand delicately yet dramatically across her eyes. Well, at least she still has both of them. Clifford? Is that your whole name? Holy shit, Clifford. Our son only knows this because you are the one who raised him. Cliff chuckled, his arm moving to scratch at the back of his neck. Yeah, that's my boy. The ends of Co's mouth gently bent up. It really was his charged kid, in more ways than he even realized. They may be the only ones in the group, potentially the only guests at the entire club, all gussied up, but at least they could now take solace in one another. That looked to be good enough for them. All of the last family, as well as the honorary members, Cliff, Kyra and Curve, they are not honorary members, they are family. What the fuck? Headed out at the same time to the Cyprus. It was to be a perfect dream. Okay, to be fair, looking at the scenery, I'm like, that's fancy place. Also, playing golf there, golf is rich people's sport. I would expect everyone to be in their best polo shirts. With like polished shoes. Sitting there and sipping wine or whatever golf people drink. An impeccably smart host. Oh my god, I just remembered. I embarrassed myself partially last Saturday when I met the random people. Some of them play Ultimate Frisbee with my friend. And that's how they know each other. And I was like, so how much of like sports is there like required for golf? Isn't it just like upper body rotation? And they were like, did we get this all the time? And I became one of the many people who don't know that Ultimate Frisbee golf is the one that's kind of like handball. And I felt so dumb and embarrassed. Because I didn't know. I don't remember the difference between... It feels so obvious now when I say the like Frisbee golf and Ultimate Frisbee, but I think Ultimate Frisbee, like, it's just golf, but it's handball with a frisbee. Whatever. An impeccably smart host, so smart, an absolute smartass, greeted you on arrival, smoothly leading the way to the set of tables reserved for you. I don't know what they're like. I don't know if this is not posh. What is? If this is not posh, if this is normal Sunday, I don't know, fucking afternoon golfing thing, what is then like posh to these last family people? Once you'd all settled in, chosen drinks were poured into delicate glasses. The food would be coming out later, letting you soak up the atmosphere for a little longer. Smiling your parents faced the group of familiar faces, all gathered here together to share this special day with them. Mom reached over and took Ma's hand, clasping it in between both of hers.
Thanks.
For being here tonight, gang. Marrying this lady right here is the best thing I've ever done, and there's no one else I'd like to celebrate that with. Yes, we're so lucky. Not only do we have each other, but we've got such a large and loving family through all of you. Around you, you heard people saying "aww" and chuckling appreciatively at the comment. Lee had clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her eyes shut. Where are Lee's parents? If Lee is such a big part of the family, where the fuck are her parents? Or any other relatives? I don't know, maybe this baggage there, maybe it's lore, maybe it explains the one-eyedness. Maybe Lee's parents stabbed our eyes off, and that's why they're not invited to the family dinner. You met Liz's mystic ones. Your eyes met Liz's mystic eyes once. And the affection she had for her moms carried over to you too. Oh, we actually get an illustration of what happened. That's nice, because I was like, are we just looking at an empty table this whole time? You returned your attention towards the happy couple just as they leaned in for a kiss, smiling all the while. The table responded with cheers and clappings, shouts of happy anniversary and other congratulations continuing even after they'd broken apart. Mom beamed as she watched Ma giggle dreamily. The waiters reappeared, delivering delicious plates of food, and the dinner began in earnest. Both conversation and laughter continued to flow freely as the night went on, with the two families relishing the opportunity to be together once more. Eventually, after your hunger and thirst had been fully satisfied, and I am not satisfied, the plates were cleared, and the event began to draw to a close. Cliff and Kyra exchanged goodbyes with your family before heading out together. Hove gave his goodbyes to his parents while hanging back until your moms were ready to head off. Head off. That's a funny saying, head off, right? Like, it's pop your head off. I don't know. I never realized it before, but it's funny. You were getting a lift back with your moms. It was already late, so you'd discussed the possibility of going straight to the hotel rather than going back to the condo. But Cove had asked if they'd mind taking him back to the neighborhood. He'd wanted to visit it a little longer. Your moms had happily agreed. Why is reading so hard? I'm doing Gambaru. Liz and Lee were feeling tired, so your mom swung by their hotels during the trip home, while you and Cove made the full journey with them. Riding in the backseat of your mom's car with Cove felt more than a little nostalgic. I think we are doing this. I think we're able to finish the game. I think we're able to do this. As your eyes drifted over him, his head resting on the window, it was hard to believe how much time had passed. Even at half a year, which is seriously such a short period of time, I still feel really fresh and kind of timeless at the same time with my partner. It's kind of adorable. I look at them and I'm like, oh, you're so cute. And like, kind of like, I don't know, it's like seeing them all over again with fresh eyes, I suppose, and it's always a nice thing I see. Holy shit, why am I talking like this? Shit, let's go. I'm cool. I'm coolio. I'm coolio. Mom stretched as she got out of the car, smiling over her shoulder as she headed towards the house. Time to put my feet up. You two joining us? Bob shook his head. Maybe he actually Uber ordered a ring. No thanks, it's your anniversary. You don't have to entertain me. I'll take a walk. It's never any trouble to have your... It is. Go have sex, moms.
You alright with that?
Go have sex. Ma chuckled as Mom waggled a finger, her expression exaggeratedly severe. She reprised a role that in truth she'd never really played. Neither of your parents had been particularly harsh as you'd grown up. Ma joined in the act. Don't go too wild just because there's no school tomorrow. Laughing, they made their way inside, leaving you standing out in the dark street with Cove. You didn't even need to ask him why. You already had the answer for this. He wasn't yet ready for the day to end. Without a word, Cove began to stroll down the road. You walked alongside him. Is it time? Is it time? You'd known your destination long before you arrived on the dark and utterly deserted beach. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and the stars for illumination. I don't mind the soundtrack. Actually, I do. But let's just go with it. Maybe it changes soon. I hate it. Let's go. There were no lights down here, nothing but the moon and stars for illumination. The only sounds were the gentle waves rolling in and out, and the soft sound of footprints you left in the sand. In other words, it was perfect. Cove stepped out into the waves without a word. He looked up at the sky with a smile, then tucked his head down and began to pull his fancy shirt off. What? I guess we see what he's packing. He tucked it over his head and looped it backwards, further up the beach and out of the reach of the waves. Didn't know I'd be getting a show. Cove rose, his arm still raised from where he'd thrown his shirt. Slowly he came back to life, stiffly pulling his arm back down. Your commentary had made himself. Oh no, that wasn't my intention. Okay, let's stretch. That was not my intention. Maybe they haven't. Maybe they haven't gone, you know, there yet. Maybe they actually still like. Maybe they are still like, you know, only making out. Maybe they are taking it slow. Laughing, you clapped your hands in delight at his awkwardness. Bob slapped his dress pants off and tossed them back in roughly the same direction as his shirt. He was down to just his polka dot boxer briefs. Okay. Sometimes you were really struck by the ways in which he was braver than his younger self. This was definitely one of those times. He never ever would have done this when you were both living on the street, but you also know he still wouldn't do it with anyone other than someone he'd spent all those years with. Oh, we're special. You took off your shirt so you could also swim. Let's also take off like everything else we have, you know, I don't want them wet. Cove waded further into the water until it came up to his chest. You unfastened your clothes and left them behind you, just as Cove had done moments before. You didn't even bother to see where they'd fallen before following him deeper into the sea. Cove grinned as he approached. I'm gonna be in so much trouble with my mouse when we get back.
I guess.
Yeah? Oh well. Think fast. He splashed water at you as soon as the words had left his lips, giving you no time to prepare. The splash had caught you full on, leaving you spluttering and drenched. You splashed him back, seeing what you were doing. This is a nice callback to the time Curve taught us surfing. Seeing what you were doing, Cove put his hands up for protection. It was no use. The water washed them over. The water washed over him, leaving his hair soaked through. Cove sighed, then looked at you mournfully. The sudden swift mood alarmed you, but those worries disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth with a ring inside. Oh. We're still not mere folk. The world is cruel. You snickered. After a moment, Cove's mock sadness broke, and he joined in. Right, okay. The two of you wound up drifting further along with the shoreline, chatting and enjoying the chance to be back on the beach that had provided the backdrop for so much of your childhood. Eventually, a silhouette of structures appeared up ahead. As you drew closer, you realized it was the old playground. Cove spotted it too and hurried towards it, dragging himself out of the water and heading into the park. Wet sand coated his feet and lower legs with every step, clinging thickly enough that it began to resemble a bizarre pair of boobs. I hate it when it happens. It's horrible. Oh, this is my favorite soundtrack of the game. There aren't many. But I like this one. Hydration. As you followed him, you wondered how many visitors this little park got these days. There were officially no children living in that neighborhood now. Cove gazed at his surroundings in wide-eyed awe. He didn't care at all that he was soaking wet and dressed only in his underwear. Is it too loud now? I don't want it to overpower me. The music. Crouching, he gently pushed one of the child-sized swing seats, marveling at it all.
Wow.
I can't believe how tiny everything is. Are we seriously small enough to use this? He shook his head, unable to fathom just how little you'd both been when you first met, then walked over to the monkey bars. I want to one day take my partner to the areas where I grew up in. What do I say? There's a lot of memories. And a lot of there were three parks I usually went to. I want to show them. One of them is called, am I doxing myself if I'm telling that? I might be. No one, I don't think the Finnish people know the place though. It was called Carrot Park. It's not I don't know if it's the official name, but I think it's because there was a carrot sign on the fence, and that's why at least locally the kids call it the Carrot Park, even though it no longer was there at some point. Yeah. It's odd to go back to places where you grew up, right? If you lived a longer period of time in one place, as you go through so many growth phases containing all kinds of different things and experiences in this one place. Kind of odd, yeah. Once this had been a challenge for you, now they were little more than waist height next to Cove. Cove turned his back to the bars and hopped up onto them with ease, sitting on them comfortably. You sat on the bars with him. Aww. It's a cute moment. It was strange seeing adult Cove juxtaposed with the baby playground. But you took your own place on the structure. This place had been something so exciting to Cove back when he first arrived, and apparently it was this day. Cove smiled eagerly as you approached, kicking his feet in the air happily, briefly forgetting the low vantage point until the tip of his toes scraped along the ground. He continued to swing his feet, but with a little more care. You thought it was adorable. Oh, little footsies. In this moment you were home. It's just... with Cove's feet, I am at home. Oh, I don't have any more coffee. No. Okay, I was about to sip, and then I realized I just drank the last of my coffee. No. Okay, I think it's responsible. It's 5:30. It's not good to drink coffee anymore. And I can't believe myself saying these stupid ass things, but lately I have not been able to sleep well. It's not good. I try to normalize my sleeping schedule because later in Friday I need to wake up at 8:30. I need to prepare I'm so responsible nowadays. What the fuck has happened to me? Is this what relationships do to me? I'm like, I become a responsible person now. Horrible. Horrible. I want to regress back to my previous self. My ego. Anyway, back to feet. It just so happened to be the place you'd grown up. But really, anywhere you could be with Ko was that for you. He had held a special place in your heart for so long, and so much of your life had been shared. You'd grown up on the same street, which had given you some common ground, but it went far beyond that. You had both chosen from a young age to share your life with each other. You wouldn't have it any other way. Here we are again. Here we are. The mood had shifted now. The fun, impulsive night beach trip, with the spike of adrenaline that came from you playing in the water under the moonlight, had settled into something quieter and more nostalgic. Cove leaned back, tilting his head towards the sky to admire the stars above. The dinner was really nice. It was great to do all this. The smile he had when he spoke those words fell as quickly as it had appeared. It went by so fast. We all came out here for the party and it's over. Liz, Lee, our parents. We'll all be going back to our own things now. What else can you do except say it's okay? I guess it's part of growing up. This place and these people, they're our foundation. It shaped who we are now, like making castles out of sand. I owe a lot of Sunset Bird. What? I owe a lot to Sunset Bird, yes. His eyes crinkled fondly. Oh, and Ko's voice was as gentle when he spoke again. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet, actually. We had a good childhood, I think. You're really lucky.
Yeah.
I'll reply that. Yeah, you're right. He shook his head, sighing heavily. Alright. His smile took on an uncharacteristically harsh twist. You had a feeling where this was going. We better get home before your dumb parents who don't know anything get mad. You had to laugh at the half-hearted impression of the sour kid you'd once think. Oh, it was reference to that. He chuckled along with you for a moment before that. Can we look? Why was the mushroom guy here? For no reason. There's so many pointless characters in this game, and honestly, I do say all of this with like still keeping in mind this is a free-to-play game, so of course, like, you know, I say all this, but it's not really that like doesn't weigh that much what I say, because, you know, after all, this is an indie project that is free to play. But still, why was the mushroom guy here? I don't get it. I hope you don't get grounded. Jokes kept coming. It was very amusing to imagine that not only could your mom somehow ground you as a fully grown and independent adult, but that their powers extended over Ko as well. As much as you were enjoying being back here, Ko was right. You had to accept that you needed to go now. It was late and your moms were still expecting to see you before you got a ride back to the hotel. Yankov hopped down from the bars, landing easily with the ground only a short distance below. Before you could return, you had some clothes to retrieve from the beach. Please tell me that the horrible shirt is gone. Please tell me some person stole it. I don't want to see it ever again. Once you and Cove had scrounged up your abandoned clothes, you started to walk up the old path home side by side. He doesn't wear clothes. Droplets of water slipped down your skin and fell onto the road as you made your way back to your mom's house. As you and Cove were still soaked and sandy from an earlier adventure, it was likely that you were leaving quite a trail in your wake. But you'd seen Ko's bedroom growing up. It was only natural for him. The air was slightly humid. Is he actually walking in the neighborhood in boxer briefs that are wet? In a wet boxer briefs? Man, what the fuck? The air was slightly humid, already pleasantly dense, moisture that felt like a hug as it closed around you. Any damp footsteps that were left behind would take longer to dry in this weather. The signs of your adventure might even be visible when the sun came up the next day. You hoped so. You quite liked the idea of you and Cove leaving your mark on your hometown again. How did I say that? Hometown. Hometown. Even if only for a little while. That is actually a cute idea. Or thought. Despite being soaked through and mostly undressed, the balmy summer night prevented you from feeling any chill. You were entirely comfortable. In truth, you felt warm inside and out. The day had been so lovely, spending time with friends and family, and your eyes drifted over the cove. Cove Holden. Golden, oh hold them. Your boyfriend. Just seeing him brought a smile to your face. Ooh, okay. I love you. Boring, but effective. I always want to be with you. More concrete. Cove, you make me so happy. Meaningful, but is it really the one we're gonna go with? You truly matter half. I hate this. You said nothing, simply enjoying his presence. I want to say something, so it's one of these three. Let's go with Cove, you make me so happy. He already knows we love him. Cove turned to you, his eyes wide and adoring, and he bit his lip as he smiled shyly. You could tell that your words had touched him. I feel the same way exactly. He held your gaze a moment longer, looking straight at you as he spoke again.
I love you.
Forever. I wanna eat my lip. Wait. Give me a moment. Sorry. I don't know, it annoyed me. I wanted to eat the lip. Anyway, let's kiss him. Catching him by the hand, you stopped Cove in his tracks and pulled him close. Your heart somersaulted, something salted as your lips met. At this moment, with the quiet seaside town at rest, it felt like it was just the two of you in the world. Cove returned the kiss, gently cradling your head with his hand until you broke apart. You were full of joy. All other concerns and the day-to-day distresses of normal life were squeezed out by it. All you could think of in that moment was how your life was wonderful. Every second and every day needed to end sometime, and that time had nearly come for tonight. You had to get at least some rest and bring it all to a close. Did they actually just go in their boxer briefs to their mom's place on their mom's anniversary, all sandy and soiling the floors? Wow, okay. The two of you went inside to say goodnight to your moms as well as to clean yourselves up as best as you could. Your moms, both in pajamas ready for their own sleep, hooted with laughter as you came inside, disheveled and damp, and their teasing continued until the car came to get you to the hotel. Cove stayed silent as he put his casual clothes on again, placing the formal ones back in the bag he brought them in. You'd given Mom and Ma plenty of material for a mock scolding, and you got a playful lecture about not getting into the water without bothering to change first. You just grinned at your partner in crime, feeling like a naughty kid again. It had been worth it. By the time... Oh, we get another hotel night. By the time you and Cove finally dragged yourselves to your hotel room for the night, the sky had been dark for some time and the whole lonely hotel hallways were quiet. The late hour made you feel a sense of fulfillment. You really were making the most of your trip. It was such an odd thought that this was almost over. You had settled into this new routine naturally. All the familiar streets and faces made everything easy to get used to. The two of you drowsily shuffled past an ice machine and into your room. Cove set his phone on his bedside table and you followed suit. You both started settling in for the night. No, you don't. The hotel room was a welcome sight after your long day. Okay, fair enough. After this whole day, I would feel tired, but still. Are they not gonna go and have a round? You noticed Cove wrapped the back of his neck and yawned. His voice quiet and distant. I hope the pet sitter is doing good. The wish wasn't exactly directed to you. It was just a sleepy thought that Cove had unleashed upon the world at large, but you still agreed. I hope so too. What a rude pet sitter. Doesn't send them updates. Every time I babysit pets, I make sure to send pictures and updates of them, and you know, so they know that their little lovely beans are fine. You know. Cove still kept fish after all these years. Delightful colorful things in huge aquariums. He spent a lot of time when he wanted to relax just watching them swim. You had also adopted pets who you loved dearly. Your home was a lovely place full of critters that both of you cared for, like cockroaches. That was why, with both of you gone, it had been important to find a decent pet sitter. Cove's anxiety about leaving them hadn't subsided. Over the vacation, you had caught him a few times texting the pet sitter and asking about his fish. It'll be okay. Cove turned his head to you, the nervousness still coming off despite his exhaustion. I know what you mean, but you chose the person for a reason. You trust them. But they're all fine, they're gonna miss you. They just miss you. I heard a neighbor. It's okay. It's still not even 6 o'clock. Cove smiled, appreciative of your comfort. You nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Cove yawned widely. He seemed confused at the magnitude of it. He groggily blinked. No, don't tell me it's another uneventful hotel night. I think it's time for bed. No. You squinted at your wrist as if looking at a watch. Yes, fight for yourself, Jamie. Get your needs met. No, Jamie, no. What is this defeatist attitude? Yeah, it's bedtime o'clock. What the fuck, dude? The two of you got changed and brushed your teeth. In no time at all, both of you were cozy and ready to sleep. After that, you flopped onto your side of the shared bed. Cove headed over to his side and you felt the mattress dip under his weight. Tucked yourself under the covers and Cove snuggled in closer to the middle. Remember the stretch? You turned on your side to face him and scooted slightly closer. Your noses almost touched, and Cove watched you with a soft expression on his face. Cove gently spoke, his words like a lullaby.
Good night.
No! 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 Cove's eyes fluttered shut and he let out a contented sigh. No! There was a warmth from Cove's body next to you. He was right there. I know that a second option makes the stream slightly longer, But this is also potentially the last stream I'll make of this game. I want a little bit of a snack here. You know, I want a small snack, okay? Okay? Your hand drifted over the coves, and you ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulder. My pronunciation destroys this. Your hand drifted over the coves, and you ran your fingers up his arm, across his shoulder, and finally to his face. Cove trembled at the gesture. You cradled his cheek, and his eyes opened slightly to peek at you, unsure. Are you tired? As nice as it was to be near him, you understood he might not be in the mood. You wouldn't mind if you both just... I would mind. Cove mumbled into the hotel blanket.
I mean...
Not anymore. I'm a little bashful. Okay. I mean, not anymore. Your eyebrows lifted. He flushed as a crowning. He flushed as a growing excitement replaced any previously held plans to rest. He leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. You. I'm so bad at this. You leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. He pecked you back affectionately. You could feel his smile in his affection. He rolled slightly so that he was fully on his side and had a better range of motion. With the new freedom of his arm, he reached over to stroke the back of your head. When the first kiss ended, he immediately started another and then another. Cove stopped running his fingers down your head and hold your head closer. You kept going. What do we do? What would Jamie do? Grabbed onto his shirt. It tugged and pulled at Cove's soft pajamas. It stretched under your fingers. Cove started to run a hand through your hair again, sweetly carding through the strands. It was a never-ending reassurance that he was here and he cared about you. Can we go through this hall? You kissed him deeply. You snaked your arms around Cove and pulled him as close as you can. You savored the heat of his body against you. You pressed in the Cove as long as you could manage before needing air. He responded just as desperately. If we can go through all the options, I'm fucking doing that. You hooked your legs around him. Entangled your legs across Cove? Wait, what? Tangled your legs across... Wild imagery in my head right now, but whatever. You needed to get even closer. He twisted his arms around your back and kissed the corner of your mouth. You kissed down his neck. You bent over Cove, the covers wrapping around you, and kissed it all the way across the side of his neck. I just imagine if there's any lurkers and they are like, ooh, what is this stream? And they open it and this is what they come to. Whatever. Cove squirmed under your touch and made a very pleased noise with every touch. They're like, what is this not safe for work content we are looking at? You grabbed his butt. You slid your hand down his back, lingering, caressing as you pleased. However, your touch had a purpose, and you kept going until you grabbed his butt. A shiver went through him, and he gripped. Ripped your pajamas harder. You smiled at the curve of his lips. You nibbled his ear. You pressed your chest against his and toyed with his earlobe, peppering it with soft little bites. Cove spoke breathily, inaudible words against the crook of your neck. You pressed your foreheads together affectionately. Cove happily looked back at you before he bent his torso so that he was in a position more over you. My neighbor's outside. My neighbor's outside. Let me wait for them to go away before I can continue this. Anything else I can talk about, but this is too embarrassing if they hear me. It's just a loner fucking person reading aloud Otome games to 0 viewers. Okay. He kissed you and ran his tongue along the bottom of your lip. You kissed him back eagerly, encouraged further. Ko twisted his head towards his pillow and squished his face into it. What the fuck? Letting out a sigh. Well, that's as much as we're gonna get. I guess we gotta be just fine with that. I mean, the game's being generous in this moment. I think this is generosity from the game's part, I suppose. But still. You smiled, and you snuggled up against him, both of you starting to settle from the heated moment. Ko's face remained pressed to the pillow, and he watched his chest rise and fall visibly with his deep inhales. But his arms stayed around you, holding you close. Aww. When his breathing slowed, he shifted back over and met your eyes. Ko nuzzled his cheek against you lovingly and whispered, "We really shouldn't stay up all night, huh?" You accepted Cobb's judgment. He was right. You both needed sleep for tomorrow. You curled up comfortably in each other's arms, ready to actually settle down for the night. It wasn't long before you were certain Cole was asleep. You hadn't followed him to dreamland, however. Instead, your mind was busy working through with your current situation. If you wanted to propose here in Sunset Bird and still make it somewhat special... Somewhat special? Holy shit, Ryuki. Something special, you were running out of time. There weren't going to be opportunities tomorrow where Cove would likely part from you, so... What the fuck? You decided not to... No, that's out of question. You decided to sneak out while he slept to make preparations for tomorrow. That's so cute. Let's have a gift. I hate decorations and such. Like, you know, I see those, like... I mean, I don't know, it kind of depends. But, like, my head goes immediately, like, to videos I've seen of, like, people reserving, like, a whole, like, roof area. And then have, like, bazillion roses and balloons there. Horrible. It's like, they haven't even done it themselves. They've, like, ordered, like, a package deal. It's horrible. Let's go with the gift or romantic gesture. He was more than worth the extra effort. It had to be a moment to remember. Untangling your body from his was a challenge. Every time he began to pull away, your love stirred, unconsciously trying to readjust his hold on you. Oh, that's so sweet and horrible. I would not be able to sleep. He pressed his face against your shoulder, and you had no choice but to move him to the pillow. Luckily, it was so smooth. A smooth criminal. Isn't that how one of Michael Jackson's songs go? A smooth criminal. Or something like that. I'm pretty sure it is like that. Anyway, the way you gently cradled his head and stroked his hair kept Ko completely soothed as you slid him down off you. He smiled in his sleep, and the hardest part of the task was resisting your rising urge to keep doting on him. You offered Ko a silent apology for the secrecy before dropping completely out of the bed. Finally, you slipped into the night, catching a ride to— What? We're actually gonna go to the— Oh, okay, sure. From being under the blanket of the hotel to the blanket of the starry sky above, you made the most of the time you had. Once your modest plans were achieved, you didn't waste any time returning to where you were meant to be this hour of the night. Returning to your spot in bed was a welcome relief. You could rest easy now, even though only a few hours were left to do so. Let's drink. Still, you had no regrets over losing some sleep. You were going to propose the whole Cove Holden. Your eyes felt closed sometime. How is Jamie able to sleep? I would be like, so like, I don't know, my mind would be racing with excitement. How is Jamie so cool he can just sleep like that? We're not sure exactly when, only the fact that they were now too heavy to open. Unsurprisingly, exhaustion did not give you too much time to muse on what you've done, and in what felt like seconds you were already dreaming. What the fuck? The dreams dancing around your head became fragmented and faded until you couldn't remember a thing about them at all. You were growing more aware of the real world. Ko was gently waking up. You woke up feeling enveloped by warmth. Aww. Humming happily, you felt Ko's fingers trail up your arm. That's so sweet. Closing your eyes again, you snuggled into Curve. Understandable behavior. You nuzzled into his chest, letting out a delighted sigh. The warmth of your breath sent a shiver through his body. You wrapped your arm around him, holding him there. Not that Cove minded too much. He happily held you back. The sleepy morning couldn't last too long though, and eventually you felt Cove's thumb rubbing circles into your shoulder, trying to ease you back awake. That's so cute.
It's okay.
I don't want to leave either, but it's got to be done. We have to get up, Jamie. Once we get past today, we can spend as much time in bed together as you want, okay? Delighted, you nuzzled your cheek into him again. You could feel his fingers aimlessly drawing squiggles and circles on your skin. I like the word squiggle. Squiggle. That's so cute. Squiggle. I like the sound of that. You sat up fully with a big yawn. How do you do a yawn? What? No. How do you do it? No. No. I think that's the closest I'll get to yawn. Stretching your back, then your arms, and lastly, your neck before accepting the day. The blanket fell to the side while you swung your legs over to the side of the bed. Am I the only person who makes the bed when leaving like a hotel or like place? Now that I think about it, I don't know, because I don't stay at hotels. But like I have this memory like I make the bed to look nice even if I'm like leaving today, like that day. Am I actually saying I'm doing something I actually don't do? Do I do it? I suppose I shouldn't do it, but it's nicer to carry it, like, you know. It's nicer to carry, like, as the person cleaning places. It's nicer that it's not like complete mess, but everything is tidy, so you can just pick up the blankets and stuff when they're folded nicely. I don't know. A part of it almost got caught on your foot, but you kicked it away. Kobe slipped out of bed on the opposite side. I think we are able to finish the game this stream. I actually am positive about it. Today would be your last day in Sunsetbird. The only thing you had planned was some family time in the old neighborhood. You figured you'd see where the day took you from there. Yawning again, you glanced over at your clothes. There was just one more day to live out of your bag. Ooh, hey Carl. Is there anything you'd like to see me in today? Your teasing had Curve shaking his head, but then his gaze locked with yours. His smile grew, and he raised a quizzical eyebrow. You already know the answer to that. An anklet? Good guess. But that's only second place. Really? What else have you ever said about that? His mouth curled into an enthused smirk. Ooh, Cove clearly had some kind of setup. Shut up, music. And now he was gonna get paid off. Nothing. Okay. What about nothing and an anklet? Oh. Now it made sense. Only this time, instead of that answer being a poorly worded deflection from a shy teen, it was an entirely literal statement from your grown boyfriend. An amused smile slowly grew ear to ear on your face. I'll keep that in mind then. Cove laughed boisterously at the reaction he got. Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you swiftly got ready in the small hotel room. Or is that small in your opinion? There's a fucking couch. Is this small? To be honest, being tight on money does warp, possibly, some of my perspectives on things. Taking into consideration, the only places I have paid with my own money for are hostels with bunk beds and internet cafes, so I don't know. But think of the hotel rooms I have been to, they were not that big. I don't know, these people are rich. I have money for platinum rings, so who knows. Is platinum expensive? I think it is expensive. It is expensive. How much are platinum rings? Platinum ring. Price. How much? A brilliance plug. There's a blog called Brilliance. How much does a platinum ring cost? One of the rarest metals available. And the purity of it affects the price. And a ring that's composed of at least 95% platinum and 5% alloy metals, marked as a PLA, PLAT or platinum, is considered to be pure, placing it at the top of the price scale. They say how much it costs, but they never say the price. What is this bullshittery? Can I see your engagement rings? Recently purchased rings. I'll choose platinum. 6,000! Oh, but it has that huge ass fucking thing on it. Okay, let's see like a simple looking. Okay, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Captures. Okay. So these are platinum. This one is like $6,000. There's also like this one is 2,000, and this has like less fancy middle thing. Honestly, I don't understand people who like these kind of rings. I think out of all of these, this is like the only decent one, maybe. Maybe this, because opal is a nice shape, and these decorative parts here that keep it in the stone is like okay, but these are horrible. Like, you know those people who wear like not those people who wear I mean the rings themselves. You know those rings are like huge. Oh my god, wait a moment. A ring I hate. Bella's ring Twilight. Stretch time. There we go, we have stretched. Okay. I hate this ring. It's ugly as hell and it's huge. It's inconvenient. It's ugly and it's big. It's not even like ugly but small so you don't see how ugly it is. It's just ugly and huge. It's just like, hey, look at me, I'm so ugly. In my opinion. Of course. Of course, mate. I don't understand it. If it's in your taste, you go, but you know, it's just... Well, this is funky looking. So it seems there's no... Oh my god. $10,000? That would like... That's... Okay. But there's, it seems like the cheapest ones on this website. $50,000? 69. 6,969. Nice. I'm a child, yes. Okay, so no one like orders a ring that's less than 2,000. Even this one is like 3,000. This is somewhat nice. I don't know, I just can't get behind these like stones in rings. I can't get behind. Like if they're engraved like this in here, these spots, I think it's fine then. But when it protrudes from the ring, it also gets stuck with everything, doesn't it? Like you wear a woolen shirt and suddenly it's stuck there and then gets scraped and stuff. How much would it cost if it was just like a plain ring? Has no one ever wanted to order such a thing, like a plain thing? Or do people who have the money for platinum just want to show off? Probably they do. Oh well, my questions have been answered. Apparently our characters are fucking rich. Which explains their attitudes towards the country club we were at. Nodding, you swiftly got ready. Sure. From the look of Ko's behavior, he had no idea. No, wait, what? Alright, let's get things going. Our families are waiting. Nodding, you swiftly got ready in the small holding room, all agita. Today was the day. When you returned to Sunset Bird, you were planning on proposing. From the look of Ko's behavior, he had no idea. You fought to keep the thrill whipping up in your chest from coming out too strongly. As soon as you had your stuff together and were ready to go out, you were off. During the ride there, you and Cove decided to visit his dad's house first this time. When you got dropped off, Cove eagerly hopped out into the street with his eyes locked on his father's condo. It seems he got his eyes back. Your gaze fell on your boyfriend. He stood in the middle of the street where you grew up together, while the summer sun made him shine. Though he was the brightest light in your eyes, no matter what. It was time to follow through with your plan. Hey... Cole? Yeah? He mumbled the answer out of the corner of his mouth, eyes glued to his father's condo. You couldn't do it after all, that's so lame. Let's go to the poppy hill. Would you go to... What was that weird sound my throat made? Would you go to Poppy Hill with me? Cove moved to stare directly at you. Oh, it's this soundtrack still. Okay, sure. Cove moved to stare directly at you, mouth drooped into a tiny frown as he absorbed your suggestion to suddenly change the plan. Once he did see the look on your face, he shook off any lingering confusion. That smile you loved. Grew once again.
Of course.
Lead the way. Oh no, he knows. You released a breath through closed teeth, pairing that with a nod. To the hill behind your own old house you went. To the hill behind your old house. To the hill behind your old house you went. I hate this. Go quiet. You went, just the two of you. It was a journey you were intimately familiar with, but this time was simply not the same. Actually doing it, you felt very intense. You were full of deep, powerful emotions you needed to express. Painfully nervous. It was the hardest thing you'd ever attempted. True happiness. Your decision was natural and you had nothing to worry about. Let's go with that, because we decided to marry him the moment we met him. Your strides toward were enthused, peppy, as if you bouncing between tufts of clouds. I'll save you. We have come so far. Let's keep our progress. Imagining what was about to happen was such a joy. You had to stop yourself from picturing too hard, lest you spoil the real deal that was right ahead. But you didn't nonchalantly sneak a pat at the spot where the ring was tucked away. It was just as ready as you were. Under your feet, tarmac gave away the dirt and sparse tufts of grass, which then transformed into a lush full field of green and white. The gentle fluttering of petals was your greeting. Poppy Hill, the exact spot where you first met your new neighbor over 15 years ago, true? You shared countless memories here over the years, catching fireflies, watching the clouds, simply taking time to just talk to one another. You grew there together side by side. I think the writer of this game could benefit, possibly, from show don't tell and resisting the urge of repetition. I feel like I've read the same lines over and over and over and over again, gotten these reminders of playtime I've already experienced. Although I understand it here in this moment that they would do it, but because they have been bringing all these things over and over and over and over again up, it doesn't feel impactful anymore. Because we have already gone to, oh, it's nostalgic, all these memories, all these memories, all these memories. It's been the whole game about that. It's kind of like it doesn't like strike us actually like impactful at this point anymore. I grew that side by side. Oh, sorry, my complaints are like ruining this for everyone. It's an important moment for Jamie. It's an important moment for Curve. We have been building up for this moment of like 40 hours of playtime. I don't know, not actually. It's like at this point it's like maybe 35 hours. It's gonna be around like maybe 35 hours of like streaming time. Of course, how much that of that has been active playing is dubious, but anyway. You shared countless memories here over the years. Catching fireflies, watching the clouds, simply taking time to just talk to one another. You grew there together side by side. This small part of the world was inextricably linked with Curve in your mind. It was the place where your most important encounter occurred, and you knew it needed to be the place where you asked him that most important question. He's like, I know, bruh. He's like, yeah, I know what you're doing. The location was right. Now all that was missing was a special surprise. The first one, at least. You wrote a song to sing to him? Oh no, ew. No, you wrote a message for him? No, that's awkward. He would just read it there where you like stare at him silently? That's so awkward. You wrote a message to read to him. I mean, that's more reasonable. You created a piece of art for him? Nice. You scoured the beach for rare shells for him. That's kind of cute, but kind of mundane taking into consideration you do it already together. You took pictures of important places in town and had new. No, I don't want a catalogue of home areas. You caught a firefly well. No. No, let the firefly be. Let's go with piece of art. Can I wait here for a minute? Okay. In leaving room for any potential questions covered my task, you spun on your heels and made a break back towards the... What the fuck, Jamie? You didn't bring it with you? You stupid ass idiot. You make him wait there alone by the hill? What? I'm so disappointed in Jamie, but let's see if he can save this. The night before, I had just realized the image of this game on like the... what is called taskbar is like footsteps, like 2 feet prints, footprints. That's kind of funny. Anyway, the night before you had been able to store your stuff in your... I read that as is nothing. Stuff in... It's nothing. The night before you had been able to store your stuff in your mom's backyard for this mom... Why is my brain so scattered? My brain is scattered. The night before you had been able to store your stuff in your mom's backyard for this moment. Technically you were breaking and entering, but you were sure that they wouldn't mind. As you slipped over the old fence, you imagined what your moms would have said if they had caught you sneaking around there. It was praise and a healthy dose of teasing. Cove's surprise was still safely tucked away where you had left it. You might have lost a lot of sleep, but this had you invigorated. You took it into your hands and ambled your way back out to your expectant partner. You only stopped running when you arrived right in front of Cove. He paused for you to breathe. When a beat passed, he sputtered out the question he was holding back.
What?
Where did that come from? My mom's backyard? What? When? Surprise! I did last night while you were sleeping peacefully in our hotel room. Cove blinked rapidly while he started to babble. It was a struggle for him to process your actions. Jamie, Christmas must be unbelievably funny with this guy. He's gonna be flabbergasted at every single fucking present. What soundtrack do we have? Okay, it's fine. I don't hate it. Jamie, I don't... Can you let me give it to you? You could guess the end of his thought, so you cut it off. He didn't understand why you were doing this. That was perfect. He closed his mouth and answered with a demure bob of his head. You lifted up the present you'd kept wrapped in your arms. It was piece of art crafted with curve in mind. It's my neighbors. It's my neighbors again. It's my neighbors. It's my neighbors. It's my neighbors. Neighbors. He admired the treasure you held. His eyes were fond and his smile was sentimental.
Wow.
Oh, this is beautiful. Thank you. It was a sincere attempt to convey the depths of your affections for him. And the message got through. Cove gripped his shirt, the spot right in front of his heart. There was an end to his already wavy eyebrows. That's a funny fucking line. As a deep red color grew across his skin. You just had him swooning. It was a wonderful feeling to succeed in making him feel cherished, because you absolutely did adore him. You wanted to marry him. And with that thought, you knew it was time to share with Cove the true reason you asked him to come in. I wish there was more emotional background music, to be honest. As you were getting mentally prepared, you carefully set your gift down to free your hands. It was silent. You and Cove faced one another, affection filling the small space between you. You still didn't know why you were doing this. How do you know, Jamie? He could be leading you on. But he transparently didn't care. He was only happy to be there, to be with you. There was a warmth in your chest. He reveled in how much you mattered to him and how you shared those emotions for him. A part of you had realized the sensation from the very start, as soon as you met him as children. It was an undeniable truth of this world. You wanted to be with Curve. It was simple. It was inescapable. You loved Curve. You loved him so deeply. At that moment, you couldn't have... At that moment, you couldn't have been more certain. Every step you'd ever taken in his life was leading you right there. Oh, you're so right about that, Jamie. Oh, you don't even know. You began your proposal with action, because Jamie is all about action. You got down on one knee while taking the ring out of your pocket. Your brown eyes, do we have brown eyes? Okay, cool. Shone in the bright light of day. I don't remember what Jamie looks like, okay? And you hoped he could see the strength of your love for him as you looked up at him from down on one knee. I gotta say, why, like, I would have placed this to the side, for example, instead of like covering the person who we are proposing to face with a huge ass fucking picture of the ring case. Your carefully chosen ring glittered just as brightly as you did when you lifted up the lid to reveal it. It all happened in slow motion, his expression of serene affection shifting into quivering awe, eyebrows lifting nearly to his sea foam green hairline and his mouth stretching out to the limit. But despite Cove's mouth being open, he didn't breathe a word. He was entirely incapable of that. So you voiced your own thoughts. Let's get married, okay? You're a troublemaking crybaby and the best man I know. I want to marry. Want to make a deal? I'll give you $20 if you... Okay, that would be a nice callback. Since the universe clearly wants us to be together, we should probably make it official already. Okay, these are all so confident. I was just wondering, should we have an intro or outro? Oh my god, this is so fucking funny. These are all like, oh yeah, you're gonna say yes. So let's go with the $20 one. I think that's so fucking funny. Had that Cove crumbled onto the ground, his legs completely giving out underneath him. Bubbling drops of tea slowed down to the grass just as heavily. Jamie! That single word was all he could choke out, but that alone was all the inspiration you needed to continue your open-hearted confession. There was so much more you could express about your relationship, your history, your love for him. I remember the last day of summer vacation 10 years ago when we kissed for the first time. A shaking laugh reverberated through your chest thinking about that scene. I could still picture it clearly. I was so flustered. I had no idea what was going to happen or what our parents would do. Whether or not we were official as being really young then, and all that other stuff didn't matter to me. I knew you were special. And with every day that's gone by, the more you've meant to me. I still haven't forgotten how I told my moms I wanted to marry you the second we met. I meant it. That's so fucking cringe though. I know I wanted to play strong with a strong, driven main character with ambition, but reading and thinking back, it's so fucking cringe. I meant it at the time, as much as an 8-year-old could, though I guess my moms weren't thinking I was actually going to follow through with it. But now, they're 25? Now, 15 years later, all I want is to make that all I want Wait. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. Why is this song in my head now? This is like the worst proposal ever. Focus. I am focused. I am locked in. But now, 15 years later, all I want is to make that childhood imagination be real. You make me so incredibly happy. You're pretty and lovely and wonderful and perfect. I've only gotten as far as I have thanks to you. I can't even imagine not being with you for the rest of our lives. I love you. It's not possible to express how much I feel with only words. Hydrate. Okay. The game is criminal if we can't say all of these things. So let's start with the first one, because why not? And once more you asked, will you marry me? The corners of Ko's mouth pulled up as he let every word reach deep into his heart. Still smiling like the sunshine, he parted his lips to answer, but all that came out was a gasped, squeaking sound. Frustrated when he tried to push past that block, he instead got himself into a stuttering coughing fit. Sorry. Covey. There's no rush. We've got the rest of our lives for this. Cove instinctively reached forward and gripped you for support. He hung his head low, taking him slow, deep, and he would give him a panic attack. Let's stretch. We tried to propose a boy and ended up giving him a panic attack. I bet that has happened. I bet that has happened many times. You didn't mind in any way, shape or form to wait forever for Cove if it wasn't necessary. Eventually, the trembling in the fingers that were holding you settled out. He was able to lift his head once more to meet your gaze. I will. Despite tears still clinging to his eyes, the words were evenly spoken. Cove had complete confidence in this. Jamie, I'd be so grateful to marry you. There's nothing more I could ever ask for. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? You'd never understand the term music to your ears better than when you heard the way he laughed so sweetly in that moment. I've thought about this a lot, you know. Probably way too often, and now it's clear. It's happening. I don't know. What did he say? Oh yeah. I don't know if I'm even good enough with words to tell you how happy it makes me. What's made my life such a wonderful, beautiful, amazing experience. I'm luckier than I have any right to be just to know you.
I love you.
Sorry. Thank you for asking me and for being mine and letting me be yours. I love you. Let's get married. Delicately, Cove lifted out his left hand. He started, understanding what just meant instantly. You took the ring in your hand and then slipped it onto its rightful place on Cove's finger. It was an ideal fit. His voice thick with emotion. How is it perfect fit? How is it a perfect fit? Did you measure it? Do you know his finger size? Did you eyeball it? Do you have the same sized fingers? How? I want to know. I want to know the logistics behind the size of the ring. His voice thick with emotion, Cove whispered. It's perfect. I'll keep it always. His eyes were transfixed. I'm sorry, I was spacing out. His eyes were transfixed onto the ring. He admired openly before finally lifting his gaze to meet yours. I don't know. Every time I hear gaze, I didn't say this earlier because I had so many other things in my head. I'm so scattered. Anyway, gaze, just plural of gaze, with like a Z. I just want to say something, but I have nothing. It's fine. Welcome to the stream. Did you have a good night's sleep? Seems you slept like 4 hours. We have just proposed. His eyes were transfixed on the ring. He admired it openly before finally lifting his gaze to meet yours. The view of the ocean blue held glossy drops of water, and somehow all you could think was that was him. Cove Holden, the man you... I don't understand English. Cove Holden, the man you loved, and now the person you were going to marry. You pushed him down and kissed him. You couldn't hold back any longer. You launched yourself at him and knocked Cove down the rest of the way to the ground on impact. He laid flat on his back. His eyes were wide, but swiftly pulled you against him as close as he could get, desperate to feel... Oh. You leaned forward and kissed your fiancé. He kissed you back lovingly, and you could feel the smile on his face. No, I slept too, and I was doing something else for another 2. I'm sorry you had such a short sleep. I hope you're not, like, completely dead. Ooh, okay. I know this has to end soon. This has to end soon. The place where you met, where you grew, where you fell in love was now the place where you shared life together truly. Began? Where you shared life together truly? What do you mean by that? Nothing change is. Like, nothing changes. They go home, they have the same pets, they just have a ring around their fingers, and they have like some legal rights soon towards some, I don't know, things, or they have like some legal things, juridical things going on, but like, that doesn't change anything inherently unless they do it so. I'm okay, thanks for caring about me. Nice, I know it's horrible when you sleep so little and then it's like, you're dead. Especially if you like have insomnia. Like, I don't have it, but I've had, like, I think everyone has, you know, sometimes at night they can't just sleep well. And it's horrible. It's terrible. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Gambaru. Your eyes drifted closed to let yourself experience it. To anchor yourself in this moment and hold on for as long as possible. You, the both of you, never wanted to let go. You were certain of it. The rest of your days would be spent side by side. It was all you'd hoped for. When the swirling excitement of your new engagement relaxed back into the more familiar style of gentle comfort your relationship brought, Cove stood up. I don't know why, I just feel like I should start a conversation. I mean, you know what? I rarely comment on streams that I watch, and I think I've said this like dozens of times already in previous streams, but honestly, like, I'm a lurker. The times I do comment on people's streams are rare, and usually just part of like a mass reaction, so I completely understand lurking, and I like, for me it's the normative way of interacting with stream, just leaving a like and, and lurking. So like, no stress about it. It's like my brain is pushing me to socialize. Well, you started conversation just now. My throat. When the swirling excitement, oh yeah, okay, so Cove stood up. He lifted you along with him. Before anything else, Cove paused to collect everything you'd prepared for him and store it in a bag he brought. It pleased you to see he hadn't forgotten about that part of your proposal. All of it was incredible. Hell yeah, I'd say 10 out of 10. You'd put the amazing Alexander out of business if he was still in the making. Oh, fucking hell, amazing Alexander, really? Making things magically appear. Business for sure. You always make me feel so special. Aww. Thank you. Thank you. A lingering warmth filled the air around you, much more than the normal heat of summer. Ooh, it was all your own. Yeah, I know, I bet. With a gentle tone, Poe spoke once more. Let's go see our families. I would not be able to do this. I would send Cove on his own. But this is Jamie, so we know Jamie just goes and yep, I did it. But personally, I hate announcements. I hate announcements. Ew. like when me and my partner got together, my partner was doing all the heavy lifting and telling people about it. Okay, whatever that place you guys are in, I want to be there. That's the kind of place I wouldn't ever leave. You're talking about the pop hill they're in? At one? That is pretty nice. I actually would like to be there. The grass looks soft. It doesn't look disappointing, you know? Anyway, let's go see the families. Let's save. Let's save the progress. The smile on his face was building. You knew he was excited to tell them the news. You shared that sensation completely. No, I don't, but Jamie does. Yeah, they're waiting for us. You're right back at the doorstep of the Holden household. The fiancé put his hand on the door. Okay, I actually like the sound of fiancé. That's nice. That's nice. It sounds nice. Fiancé. Oh. If I ever got engaged, I would not want to get married, so I could just keep calling like my partner fiancé. That would be fucking funny. Anyway, on the doorknob and took a deep breath. I had like co-workers who were like engaged for like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years before getting married, partially because of COVID, but also because they were not in a hurry to get married. What is the soundtrack now? No, I don't like it. It was clear why he hesitated. Once he twisted that doorknob, it would be time to announce that you were going to get married. He stole a glance at you. You tried to stay calm for both of your sakes. He nodded with his confidence clearly bolstered. Then, Cove opened the door. We're here! Together you stepped into the house, hearts beating fast. Heart beats fast, colors and Is that how it goes? Me says how to be brave. How to do. I have no idea how the lyrics go. Anyway, Cove stopped before even placing his foot back down. There was unexpected company. Shit. You saw your family, not just your moms, but Liz and Lee as well. It makes the ending of the game faster if they're all there. So I'm in a way happy that they are there. We got this done and dealt with. Because this has been a much longer stream than I anticipated. A 5-hour stream? I know I said I will not give up until the game is over, but 5 hours is a long stream. Then again, I do tend to make longer streams, but still, for the first comeback stream, 5 hours. Damn. I saw your family, not just your moms, but Liz and Leo as well. Along with them, Terry and Miranda were curled up on a couch and Derek sipped at a glass of water. Surprise! Surprise! Everyone else followed and let out a chorus of surprises. Did I plan this? Cove's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. This wasn't part of the plan. It took so long.
Yeah.
You're slowpokes. Cove remained almost completely frozen in place, though he did finally place his foot to the ground. Hey sport, Jamie. Your friends came over for a visit, so I invited them to breakfast.
Any whoosies?
That's adorable. Any whoosies? Adorable. Any whoosies? Oh, that's cute. And since we were cooking for a crowd, Anywhoosies, we decided to ask Pam, Noel, and all over too. Pretty nice, huh? How convenient. Okay, so we are Jamie. This is not self-import. Jamie goes, wow, we've got a surprise for everyone too. Save. No backing down. Not that surprises were a competition, but you felt that curve and you were about to win. The groups looked back with expectant smiles. Cove's hand automatically went to the engagement ring on his left hand, twisted it around his finger uncomfortably. You saw eyes follow his movement and heard the gasps of realization. Well, you thought as Lee started at the point with a huge grin on her face, there definitely would be no putting it off. I have an announcement. Jamie, this is Jamie. This is not me, this is Jamie. This is not self-import. I have an announcement. All eyes turned to you. It was an awful lot of eyes at once. I am intending to take Cove James Holden's hand in matrimony. Cave nodded with a serious expression.
Right.
I'm going to marry Jamie. Cove reached over to take your hand as a physical sign of your union. That's cringe. The room filled with cheers of congratulations. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop and your mom started to joyfully whisper to each other. Lee squealed and cooed. I remember when my father and his partner got engaged. I think I was at my grandma's. I wonder what the occasion was. Maybe during Easter. Any whoosies? It was through a message or phone call. And I think that's much more low-key and approachable. Like just sending a message to like a family WhatsApp group or something like that. Much more preferable. Letting other people do the heavy lifting, like telling one person and then they can like spill the beans. That's awesome. That's the right technique for all kinds of coming outs, I'd say. That's my strategy. You heard Terry's distinctive whoop and your mom started to joyfully whisper to each other. Lee squealed and Kyra cooed. There was no confusion or need for pause. Although it would only work with grey eyes? What do you mean? What would work with grey eyes? I am lost. I am lost. Any woozies? Anyone in your life was immediately on board with your plans. Cove turned his head and beamed at you, excitement in his smile. It was coupled with a fond squeeze to your hand. Your previous message. I don't see it. For some reason I don't see it in chat, but it might be like YouTube just randomly censoring it and then I can see it in the VOD when I approve it. Probably. Anyway, it was coupled with a fond squeeze to your hand. You grinned back at him. Cunningly Cove was almost bowled over by Cliff, throwing his arms around him. His father compressed him even more tightly as Cove regained his balance.
I'm so glad.
I'm so proud of you, Cove. You don't need to delete the messages, you know? The two of you are going to be happy, I am sure of it. Or does it show in the stream? Oh, anyway. Dad, Cove sniffled, eyes wide and emotional. Then he hugged his father back just as firmly. Yeah, I will be. Both of us will be. While the two embraced, Kyra came up to your side. She put a hand on your shoulder and spoke gently.
Thank you.
For being so wonderful to my baby. I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be a part of my life forever. The tattoo is sick. You mean the ray? The string ray or the sun? I think they both rock. I like them both. I especially like the stingray. It's so cute. I love stingrays. They're so adorable, you know? I'm lucky and grateful that you're going to be a part of my life forever. On his arm, yes, the stingray. It's so adorable. Cliff pulled back and switched to patting the sides of Ko's arms. Well put, Kyra. Jamie is a keeper for sure. Wait, did I read her whole line? You're gonna be part of my life. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's yeah, okay. Kyra sidestepped over to his son and pinched his cheek. Then she tapped his nose playfully. Dave gave her space, though continued to keep hold of Curve. Your own parents had now reached you. They took hold of. I'm spacing out. Your own parents had now reached you. They took hold of one arm of yours each. I can't believe how grown up you are, but I couldn't be happier with how it all happened. Congratulations, Jamie. This is shit because now I don't know if people celebrate engagement days. Actually, maybe not. I was just thinking like it's kind of awful that they have like anniversary dates like next to each other, the moms and the kids, because that would take a spotlight from each. But maybe it's wedding days they celebrate. I don't know about these things. You are one of the smartest cookies there are. You're making an amazing life for yourself. Liz elbowed her way to the front with Lee, not far behind. Your mom stayed at your sides. Lee squealed in your face, pumping a fist in the air.
Seriously?
This is totally amazing. You're seriously getting married? It's like we're real adults and all that. 25 is actually really young to get married. I hope they wait a few years. Yeah, it'd almost be hard to believe that my baby brother is marrying a person. You know, if Coven wasn't such an obvious choice as a husband for you. His smile turned abnormally soft. You're doing good. Out of the corner of your eye, you noticed Co's parents release him. He took the opportunity to slide closer to you and nodded at Liz. Thanks for the positive rating.
You're welcome.
Lee giggled and your moms had some chuckles. Co stood awkwardly, not entirely sure if he or Liz was being laughed at. The three friends had stayed back. You believed that they were intentionally giving your families a chance to have a moment. Congratulations on the engagement! Derek is probably just hiding tears. Some days it feels like high school was yesterday.
So great.
But it's great. You both are definitely Sunset Bird's best couple. You are the aspiration. I am stoked that you're gonna be official. Stroked. Stoked. I'm stoked. I was thinking, like, I was reading and I was like, this is a weird expression, and then I read it again and realized it's not stroked, and that makes much more sense. I'm stoked that you're gonna be official. That's so stupid though. It's so stupid. It doesn't, like, official. I don't know. Let's hope this is the last stretch of the stream. This is a big step, but it's say you've more than earned it with everything you've been through over the years. You both deserve to be with each other for the rest of your lives. Cove had appeared weepy before, but this sealed it. He cried. Shrimp him, yep. Raise your hands up in the air and right and left, you know, and maybe do a little twirl. Cried. Everyone's words had built up and coalesced into Cove, shedding the happiest tears you'd seen. Why do you keep deleting your messages? Bruh, why are you doing that? Bruh, stop it. Stop. Why are you doing it? Why are you deleting your messages? Thank you. You smiled. Bruh, you disappear. But not from the screen. These were people you cared dearly about, and they were so happy from your engagement. It was heartwarming to see. You lucky dares, you got a journey up ahead of you. Cliff agreed with a chuckle. They've known each other for 15 years already and still haven't gotten sick of each other yet. How hard could making it work for the rest of their lives be?
It's no trouble.
You all better come back around for the actual wedding. You kidding me? I'll be the first one to be there. Liz nodded and then tried to ruffle her cousin's hair. Lee ducked out of the way. I'll be there even if you forget to send me an invitation. That'll be fucking funny. You don't get to escape me that easily. Wait, is that your way of inviting us to your wedding? Cove glanced at you and shrugged. He didn't have a problem with it. It was efficient. Everyone here should be invited to the wedding anyway. Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised, actually? Everyone started laughing. To your satisfaction, it seemed like they had already started planning to be guests. From your ear to your cheek, over the bridge of your nose, and to your other ear, your blush warmed your skin. And it didn't stop there, it spread over every inch, encompassing you with affection. You could feel with every encouraging pat and excited hug the outpouring of love and acceptance from your friends and family. Truly touched, you watched them step back and take their seats again. When the excited energy buzzing around the table started to calm, you had a second to truly appreciate this view, the most important people in your life all together again. It still felt too good to be true to have everyone here. And then you noticed that Kyra stood back up. She clapped her hands once in a satisfying smack.
Any whoosies?
I hate to interrupt, but I thought you'd want to know that the food's done cooking.
Oh.
I kind of forgot that's what we're here for. Embarrassed, Cove scratched the back of his neck and kept his gaze away from anyone in particular. The crowd burst into loud fits of laughter. Wow, I didn't think you would ever forget about your precious food. No offense, Jamie, he eats like it's both for the first and last time he's doing it. Liz directed that last part at you with a sincerely apologetic shrug. Meanwhile, Derek shook his head, fighting back a grin.
As funny as that is, Jamie definitely does a better job at keeping Cove's attention than Meals do.
Clearly. Cove's stare never left the floor, but you could tell he was listening to their teasing. Leaning back in his chair, he quietly crossed his arms and pouted. His skin prickled from the heat of the blush rising to the surface of your skin. Wait, was this a double-minded joke? Did I miss a double-minded joke? I see, I am the meal. Cocked your head to the side with an impish grin. At least I can trust he's not gonna run off with a plate of spaghetti. Food is a competitor I can beat. That had Liz and Derek bursting into another fit of giggles. Oh, how bold to make these jokes in front of the whole family there. You glanced at Cove. You glanced at Cove and saw a faint wobble of a smile there too. Cliff crossed the floor to place a pile of silverware on the table, and then he dropped stuff off on other surfaces around the rest of the living room. How long is this shit gonna take? When he was done, he gestured towards the food. Are we actually gonna go through it? Why can't we end it there? Why can't we end it there? We are gonna eat. This is really cool. Just how we're getting to do this kind of thing. I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future. Yup, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary gasp every year. The smirk on Liz's face grew only wider as your mom's giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling, softer now.
Shush. True.
Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It comes around every year. Okay, so they should all gather back together. Okay. Agreed. No. I wanted it to end. That would have been perfect place to end it. Like everyone's gathered together. Let's have a meal, and then we could have like last texts, like credits or something. That would have been like perfect. What is it you haven't done in a while, Kyra? What is it? Look through all the photos Cliff has here. Wouldn't that be fun for all of us? Okay, cool. Well, Mom, why would you say that? I was like so afraid she would like suggest like a picnic or something like that. Practically all of those photos are of me.
Very cute.
And that's why embarrassing my baby boy is just one of the perks of being a mom. I've even run out of water at this point. What the fuck? She winked in your direction. Meanwhile, Cliff eagerly stood up with a wave of proud affection for his son and completely missed Kyra's teasing intent.
Oh.
I think that's a great idea. Anyone else interested in the pictures?
Yeah.
Shit.
That's fantastic.
Shit. I want to see them. He covered his face in his hands and sighed slowly. His shoulders deflated in defeat. We can take a look. Everyone happy with picture time?
Fun.
They both excitedly raised a fist in victory. Smaller cheers from your friends and family worked their way around the room, and even you bounced up to your feet excited. I don't want this. Cliff flipped open his faded album of physical pictures. He held it up to his face. The corners of his eyes crinkled, and though the book covered much of his face, you were certain he was smiling fondly. But he didn't keep it to himself long, laying the family album on the dining table. You and the rest of the party gathered around to get a peek. That's adorable. The first picture on the first page was baby Cove in a cute little onesie. There were several coos and awes from the group, and Cliff's eyes were shiny with tears as he sniffled. He's grown so much. Oh, was such a cute kid. You're darn right he was, and he still is. You caught Cliff wiping a tear away from his cheek with a quick swipe of the back of his hand. He nodded, reaffirming Kyra's parental pride. Your gaze slid over to Cove next. Despite his objections minutes ago, there was a gentle smile planted on his face. He seemed much more relaxed, pointing at different pictures and sharing related stories to the willing ears near him. After breakfast and the photos showcase, everyone decided to stick around. Oh, that's all? Coolio. I suppose there could be maybe pictures from DLCs if we played them through. I'm not sure. That's really quick. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house turned into taking a walk around. No, shit, no. You switched over to your mom's. No, end it. Please, end the game. End the game. End the game. Good fucking God, okay. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company. But eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family and friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you'd see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again, anytime. I mean, they're an Uber away. That's not that far away. Except if these people are rich, right? They're rich, so they can afford long Uber drives. Okay, cool, you. Ma wrapped an arm around Mom with a light chuckle. Mom leaned her head gently into her wife, and they both beamed.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. Snorting, Liz crossed her arms. She leaned one hip out to the side, while her lips curled teasingly. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful. Yeah, cool, yo. Kyra slapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in, so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. I like their dynamic. I like that they're friends like this. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go.
Very nice.
Thanks.
Goodbye, friends. I don't care. Your friends and Baba got into their cars and left the neighborhood. Okay, the stream lost connection for a while. I'll just keep my fingers crossed. I'll keep my fingers crossed. It would suck if the stream disconnected here, and then this would be the last fucking bits of the game. I would be screaming. Anyway, her friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized that the sun had set. Earlier, you and Cove decided on having a car pick you both up. Neither of you wanted to bother your parents after such a long day. It would be a little while longer before it would be there, though. It was the right choice, as both sets of parents shot you weary looks before seemed ready to call it a night. They're like, get the fuck out of here. It didn't take either you or Cove very long to assure them, but it was okay to head home and to go to bed. With one more round of good night and goodbyes, your families returned to the condos. And the only people left on the street were you and Cove. Cove closed his eyes, humming happily, but he waited for it to pass. He stared up at the sky. Cove's hands were in his pockets, and his shoulders were relaxed when he caught your attention with the tilt of his head.
So...
Can you guess what I'm thinking? Well, at the moment you were in the neighborhood you grew up in. Yes, you rolled your shoulders back and pretended to crack a few of your knuckles. An amused look fidgeted on Cove's face while he observed you silently. Could you perhaps be thinking that the fireflies are out now? Oh, no.
Right.
They just never want to end. Game just want to end. Always. There was an eager bounce in your step as you and Cove crossed over towards the hill behind your mom's house. So at least they have a car incoming, so they can't spend the night on the hills. Side by side, you stared out at the view in awe. As you imagined, the hill was dotted with the glowing firefly light. It perfectly reflected the memories of childhood held closely in your mind. See, this amount of repetition is numbing. Cove sighed contentedly, seeing them across the hill, weaving in around the blades of grass and stars above. Cove cocked his head to the side before his expression twisted playfully when he met your eye. You were about to prod him about what was on his mind when he took off running. I bet I'll catch one first. Oh, it's on. Kicking up a bit of dirt and leaves, you bolted in the opposite direction after a few fireflies that captured your attention. The first one that fitted into your range, you dove for it. Did you get one? It escaped between your fingers, but that did not dim a second of your fun. You shook your head, trying to find your next target. I bet I'll catch the next one, unless you're feeling my future victory. Out of the corner of your eye, you watched Cove get spun nearly around, following one that was staying just out of reach. Chuckling, you crouched him low, searching the air. The pursuit of fireflies continued until a handful had been caught. Cove crossed over to you with a bright grin that could rival every twinkling bug and star around you. Cupped between both his hands, Cove carefully held the firefly. Didn't you have a bunch of them? The corners of his mouth twisted before a few giggles escaped him, and you knew that feeling well. The way the firefly would buzz around, tickling the palms of your hands. Cove's eyelids fluttered open, meeting yours. Watched you with a complicated mix of emotions, heavy with the weight of 15 years of memories and history. It's really a relief that I got to see the fireflies. This trip wouldn't have felt complete without it. Yeah, I think you're right. You spotted another firefly lowering to your eye level before looping up to the top of Cove's head. It landed right on his hair and he smirked. Well, you have a very tiny firefly hat. That's cute. I do. Before you could answer, the firefly took off and disappeared into the night. You gave it a tiny wave goodbye. Well, that didn't last very long. That's too bad. I'll remember them as my tiny hat forever. Me too. Taking a deep breath, Cove held your eye. The image in my head is he has like my eyeball in his hand. He appeared to be. Do we get it back? He gives our eye back. He appeared to be conflicted about what he wanted to say next, and you wanted for him to make his own choice. Jamie, do you want your eye back? It's so strange not to live here anymore. Most of my life, neither of us were ever really away from Sunset Bird. Well, unless one of us went on a trip somewhere. Or when both our families took trips together, remember that? I liked that road trip one a lot. Though I don't think we all could squish into that RV again. We're way too big. Laughing, Cove shook his head, his brow creasing the longer he sat with the thoughts spinning in his brain. Those visits back then with my mom. I remember what a big deal they felt like then. To be away from here without anyone else coming for a whole few weeks. Oh, how little I knew. Hey, what did you use to tell your mom about me when you were on those trips to see her? Thrown a little off kilter, Cove hadn't been expecting that question at all. Both of his eyes raised, and a part of you wondered if you had somehow spoken gibberish instead. Honestly, I've been wondering about it since I was 13. Kyra always kept the details to herself, and you never said a word either.
Well...
Cove couldn't meet your stare for a second longer. Bashfully, he turned away, and his voice grew smaller. Mostly I'd just tell her about the times we'd hang out, but I know I was pretty enthusiastic when I was... Because you are someone really special to me. And I admitted that much to my mom. I'm not sure if I used the word crush exactly, but she knew that you were the highlight of my young life. And look at that, you still are. He delivered that final thought earnestly enough that you stopped breathing altogether. Cove beamed at you, pleased with his confession. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you for being my favorite story. That's odd phrasing. Finally, Cove parted his hands and released the firefly back into the hill. It flew up around his face before darting away up into the sky, but your gaze was fixated on him. There was a touch of wistfulness in his features as he watched the bug disappear into the night. It wasn't until Cove turned his attention back to you that his demeanor warmed. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Yes. Part of you didn't want to leave the poppy hill, but you knew it was time to go home. Yes. Trailing a few steps behind Cove, you looked back down the hill. You spotted your childhood home immediately. I'm grateful we could come home here and see how things are without us. It was nice.
Yeah.
With Cove right there along with you, you made your way down the hill. With the same stars above trailing the way, your last night in Sunset Bird was closing out. What? It doesn't end? It's not over. What is this? I was already sighing like, really. I want it to end. You were lost deep within a dream, adrift in the current of your unconscious mind. Goes with you even day, his presence strong as your mind flitted from scene to scene, the logic of the conscious world melting around you. Something jolted you from your slumber, yet the visions you'd constructed slipping away even as you scrambled to catch them. It had been a good dream. You opened your eyes to an unlit, unfamiliar feeling. Darkness permeated the room so thoroughly that you were sure it was still the middle of the night. As your eyes adjusted in the middle of the night. Sorry, it was in my head. As your eyes adjusted to the little light there was to catch one onto a smiling face cozied itself right above you. There he was. Good morning, Jamie. The grin was bright enough to make it seem like maybe the sun had risen after all. Wow. Oh, sarcastic. Oh, it's my dream come true. Naturally, you weren't surprised to see him, but that didn't stop you from enjoying it every time. His expression softened at your voice, the tender affection in his gaze, obviously despite the dim space. You kissed him. Propping yourself up on your elbows, you leaned in towards him. Cove read the intent in your movement and bent down, meeting you halfway in a kiss. Would you have preferred me to wake you up by tapping on the window? Maybe. Cove simply smirked, amused by his own wit.
Come on.
I mean, you really should have expected this was gonna happen. I'd hoped you might have... Oh no, I did. I was waiting for it. Let's go with that. Good. Glad I didn't disappoint. I'm guessing you woke me up for some reason. Are you ever gonna let me know? It doesn't end. It doesn't end. Don't they have to check out? Don't they have to check out? Don't they have to check out? How long can it be? Well, this is our last day here. Everyone might still be asleep, but if we get up now, we can at least see the neighborhood. Do you want to? My partner is coming over to my place though. And I want to get ice cream before that for my throat. With you definitely.
All right.
Great. Then he held out one of those hands to help you get up too. You took it. Cove's grip was strong as his fingers closed around yours. He pulled, tugging you up with ease. Aww. Before you could head out, you and Cove both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your body seemed less coordinated than usual. Each article of clothing a new puzzle, but you managed it. Fuck. Fuck. How long is this gonna be? I don't know. How long is this gonna be? This is my private games save. And it has a daylight outside. Oh my fucking god. I don't know if I can do this. I'm hungry. I'm tired. My brain is scattered. My partner is might be coming over, might not come, but might come over. I want ice cream. It never ends. I thought it would end. I'm so tired of this. Shit. Fuck. I might make a tough call here now. I'm doing it. Oh, this is horrible. This pains me. This pains me. I don't have it in me. I have no idea how long it's gonna take. I don't know, and I don't want to take the risk that I now continue and then I have to cut it short there, and then it's like left with like 5 minutes of playtime. There's some flashing on the screen. Fuck! We weren't able to finish the game. If only I didn't yap so much. If only there were no technical difficulties, I could have done it. But I wasn't able to do it, so... Fuck. Well, anyways, I'm back. This was the first stream of me being back. Thank you so much for everyone who was in the chat. Anyone watching the VOD this far, thank you for watching. Holy shit, I'm so tired. I'm gonna end it. Hope to see you some other time. Bye bye.